And thank you for your time on this very, very busy, sober news day. And we begin with fear and chaos in Afghanistan. Taliban terrorists now in charge, and there is a mad scramble for survival. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Inside Politics. I'm John King in Washington. Thank you for your time on this very, very busy, sober news day. And we begin with fear and chaos in Afghanistan. Taliban terrorists now in charge, and there is a mad scramble for survival. You see it there, Hamid Karzai Airport in Kabul, now essentially a refugee camp packed with tens of thousands of Americans, Europeans, and Afghans, all desperate to escape. Throngs of people trying to claw their way inside planes. Evacuation flights are now resuming following a temporary stop to clear and secure the airfield. And this, U.S. forces shooting and killing 2 armed men as part of that chaos. The chaos in Kabul, now part of a worst-case scenario week, a Taliban rout across the country. One that ended, look at this, with the Mujahideen inside the presidential palace and outside the U.S. embassy, smiling and chanting, "Death to America." In just a few hours, 3:45 p.m. Eastern time here in Washington, the American President Joe Biden plans to address the nation. That, after a weekend of silence as the world watched images of an American retreat and an American embarrassment. CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh is live on the ground for us in Kabul. Nick, describe the scene that you are seeing at that chaotic airport.
Yeah, I mean, the airport, I have to say, is an utterly startling unraveling of this 20-year presence. Frankly, at the site of where the American investment was so palpable, this extraordinary modern place into which diplomats and contractors just came in on dozens of flights, it seemed almost a day, now overrun by people desperate to possibly reach a civilian flight, unaware that so many of those have been cancelled, and then at times racing towards US cargo planes, just trying to get on any way they possibly could, essentially rendering obsolete or unable to function properly the system the Americans have set up here in a bid to try and get out Afghans who assisted them. Many thought when they announced they were going to get tens of thousands of Afghans out that you'd inevitably see some kind of chaos, but these sorts of scenes are startling, and they led to the suspension of US flights there. We have heard some airplanes above us here. I've seen flares from, must have been helicopters trying to protect them. I've seen what looks like tracer fire headed in their direction, so it's clearly volatile. That's inside the airport. We tried to head up to it ourselves, and it was startling. At the gate were the Taliban, and they were essentially doing crowd control for the benefit of the United States, keeping back many of the Afghans trying to swarm that particular airport. There'll be some who say, well, they were trying to prevent people leaving who they might consider to have been US allies, but clearly on the ground, they were doing things that were very beneficial to the US, using, in fact, vehicles that had been given by the United States to Afghan security forces the Taliban had now taken. I saw people trying to climb 10, 20-foot walls, rushing gates, startling scenes, the occasional crackle of gunfire as they tried to keep people back. But a very volatile situation there, certainly, but a bizarre moment of ironies, too flippant a word, but to see the United States' enemy for 20 years, right up against the last patch of land they still control here in Afghanistan, is a startling sight, frankly. Even after the last 10 days, after so many years here, I simply never thought I'd see it unravel just like this.
Let's reinforce the context of that. You say the Taliban essentially crowd control for the Americans outside of the airport, but while that might be helpful at the moment, it is also just beyond any reasonable doubt, any doubt now, Nick, that outside of that patch of land, as you call it, the airport, Afghanistan is now under the control of the Taliban fully, period, full stop.
Absolutely no doubt about that at all. And even the possibility that there might have been pockets of resistance. Remember, this is what they call the Ring of Steel, surrounded by security forces, where the money was, where the guns were, where America put in so much investment. I thought even if the Taliban moved in, there might have been occasional bits of clashes and crossfire here, but we've seen really very little, if not none of that. There are the occasional crackle of gunfire here and there, but so much of that seems to come back to reports of people firing in the air to get the crowds back. That instance in which it seems US troops killed 2, what they said were armed men, we don't know getting to the bottom of that there. Clearly they felt under intense pressure at that airport with crowds rushing in their direction, and of course armed Taliban somewhere within the mix around that airport too. But it just shows you how messy it is at that airport, and how I think that plan the US had to save those tens of thousands of Afghans, which seemed to me very optimistic in the chaos of this country with the Taliban advancing, is going to be very imperiled in the days ahead, if not to some degree impossible, but we'll have to simply see how the Taliban choose to function. They have maintained today, as far as we can see, calm and order inside the capital. A remarkable sight, frankly, to just drive down the streets and see Taliban, who I've only ever noticed as sort of hiding behind trees or far away in the hills as they took pot shots at Americans, now walking down streets, carrying their guns in broad daylight in central Kabul. But they are the power here right now. They are, it seems, keeping a degree of calm. Perhaps they're looking for some element of international respectability. We'll simply have to see how Joe Biden in the hours ahead, after this extraordinary foreign policy failing of his own unconditional doing, how he squares what's happened in the last week and how he's going to deal with the Taliban. I should point out a group here which the US has really always, in the last few years, known they're going to have to do diplomacy with and eventually find some sort of negotiation out. Nobody thought it would end this way. John?
Very few, at least. Nick Payton-Walsh, grateful to you and our other crews, reporters, correspondents, and all the people on the ground risking their lives to bring us this news. Nick, thank you so much. And joining our conversation now, a man with a unique portfolio to discuss this, the former Defense Secretary, former CIA Director, former White House Chief of Staff, Leon Panetta. Mr. Panetta, grateful to see you on this important day. Nick was just describing the situation on the ground. Afghanistan has fallen to the Taliban. The President of the United States was silent this weekend as this all played out. He will address the American people and the world in just a few hours. What must he say?
Well, I think it's very important, considering that this is obviously a sad, tragic day, particularly for all of those over these last 20 years who served in Afghanistan and sacrificed to make sure that what has happened today would not happen. So I think the president has to take responsibility. He is president of the United States. He's going to have to take responsibility. He's going to have to admit the mistakes that were made. And at the same time, I think as commander-in-chief, he's going to have to make very clear to the world that the United States is going to go after terrorism no matter where it's located, and that we will not stand for Al-Qaeda or ISIS to reestablish themselves in this Islamic caliphate. So he's got to make clear that we're going to continue the war against terrorism and protect the American people. And lastly, I think he's got to indicate that we're going to do everything necessary to make sure that a humanitarian disaster doesn't unfold in Afghanistan with regards to the people there. And that's going to take both diplomacy and a lot of strong muscle to make clear to the Taliban that they've got to join the rest of the world in the way they behave.
I want to come back to some of those latter points in a moment, but I want to start with the challenge for the President of the United States, because you say he should admit mistakes here. He should take responsibility because he's the commander-in-chief at this moment. I want you to listen to a little bit of this president. This is over the last 4 months, describing the key metrics of this withdrawal from Afghanistan and how he promised it would play out.
And if we leave, we're going to do so in a safe and orderly way. We'll not conduct a hasty rush to the exit. We'll do it responsibly, deliberately, and safely, but we'll not take our eye off the terrorist threat. They have the capacity to be able to sustain the government. The drawdown is proceeding in a secure and orderly way.
Is the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan now inevitable?
No, it is not. The likelihood there's going to be the Taliban overrunning everything and owning the whole country is highly unlikely.
Leon Panetta, wrong as you go through the list there from the President of the United States. Is his judgment and his credibility are part of the calculation the president has to deal with as he addresses the American people today?
No, there's no question. Look, this is a situation that deteriorated rapidly beyond anyone's imagination. No one expected what happened. No one expected the Taliban to move as quickly as they did. They obviously had a strategy to do this. They knew where they were going, both in the north and the west. They had pre-positioned weapons. So they clearly had a strategy, and we were not aware of just how rapidly that would happen.
Well, let me jump in on that point again, because of your unique experience as the former CIA director, the former defense chief, the Pentagon chief, the former not know You knew coming into this president had to know coming into this, as you did when you served the Obama administration, the Taliban are bad actors. So you have to keep as many eyes on them as possible. How can you not know that they're amassing forces, that they're amassing equipment?
All right, hello everybody. I guess you are watching me. This is Billy Luke. I was actually coming live to host this particular topic about the Afghanistan collapsing to the hand of the Taliban caliphate. This is very, very unfortunate, as the news is actually circulating around the world. You can look on the TV screen. It is very, very unfortunate to see what is unfolding in Kabul, Afghanistan. So this is why I'm hosting this live program tonight. So I will be inviting some special guests to come and analyze the failed foreign policy of on the Afghanistan in particular. This is a very embarrassing moment for the United States of America, the world police. This is very, very, very unfortunate. This is very embarrassing to our president, Joe Biden. However, I would like to invite the special guest to join me on the program, and then we will take it from there, and we will be able to analyze it from the domestic and foreign perspective. So I'm waiting to see the special guest appear in the background, and then from there I will bring them on the screen to join me in the studio. So ladies and gentlemen, anybody who would be interested to partake in this particular topic, please kindly request me, and I will give you the link so you can join me in the studio. Dr. Deng Ding and Dr. Philip Toramanyok, if you are available, you can join me. If you are ready or you're still standing by, that's okay. I will take time a little bit. So please, anyone out there that would like to be part of this discussion, you are allowed to participate as well. So this topic is not confined to some individual. The special guests that I invited to join me in the studio, but I would like to extend this program to anyone who would like to come and participate. I also have other two topics that I add to this particular topic on Afghanistan. The topic of analyzing the split in the SPLM-IO has to be analyzed from the political and military perspective of the R-ARCSS, according to the peace protocol. So we will look at it from the legal legitimacy or legal perspective as well, according to the peace agreement or the protocol of the revitalized peace agreement. So we will be examining the split in the SPLM-IO. And then the third topic is I pose a question of whether SPLM-IO the legal legitimacy according to the revitalized peace agreement protocol to claim power sharing over the respective three administrative areas established through the presidential decree following the dissolution of the 32 states. So I would like the special guests or anyone who will actually join us on this studio to come and give us the perspective pertaining to those particular issues. So stay tuned, and as I wait for the guests, I will be waiting around while I play the news on the CNN, and then from there, it will be able to give you a clue of what to talk about pertaining to the Afghanistan. The issue of Afghanistan is actually shocking to the entire world. And the entire world is actually looking up to United States, and United States is getting blamed for it, including our own president. All of us are actually shocked. It caught everybody by surprise, and we are very, 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 saddened by this unfolding event in Kabul. Afghanistan. We have seen how people are panicking. Even we have seen on the TV screen people running after the military plane taking off from the Kabul International Airport, as really the American from the embassy, and maybe some Afghan that used to work for the United States government in Kabul or Afghanistan as a whole. So we have seen the desperate situation on the ground. This is very, very embarrassing to the United States. It took everybody by surprise, but despite the fact that everything was being analyzed by the CIA, by the national security, and by the military, including the national security devices. But one wonder, how did they fail? All of a sudden, the Taliban caliphate, overrun the country, and they just overrun the capital city. When in fact this was withdrawal from the Afghanistan by the American troop or NATO forces that were stationed in Afghanistan. There was supposed to be an orderly withdrawal of the U.S. forces prior to, after the evacuation of the U.S. embassy and other international embassies in Kabul. Unfortunately, it caught everybody by surprise. How did the Taliban end up inside the Kabul city? That is something that is unimaginable. And this is why the whole world is now shocked to see what is unfolding in Kabul. So, yeah. So stay tuned, and I'm going to wait for the guests to join me, and then we will take it from there. We will be able to, most of us, we are American citizens, we are Sudanese American, and we understand the domestic policy, and we also understand the foreign policy of the United States. And so we understand, as an American, why America hastily withdrew from the Afghanistan based on the public opinion of the American. Because the American people are sick and tired of paying the tax dollars in billion, spending billions of dollars every year fighting that war in Afghanistan after the mission had been accomplished. So American public opinion believe that it is time for the United States forces to be withdrawn from Afghanistan, and that is why President Joe Biden took that initiative with the Hasty to withdraw the United States forces without any grid. Some few hours ago, the president came on the television and issued his own press release, making a very strong statement, standing his ground and defending his decision. However, what is very controversial as we speak, what is so embarrassing to the United States and to the world is the fact that the Taliban caliphate have just ended up in Kabul prior to the evacuation of the American embassy, as well as the withdrawal of the United States forces. So how did that happen? It's something that we have to look into analytically in analyzing this particular topic. Otherwise, we will also continue to watch the United States government officials, how they are actually going to respond to this question. Where was the failure? Where did the failure come from? Despite the fact that there was intelligent briefing, unfortunately, it turned out to be very ugly. So who is to bear the blame? The CIA, the military intelligence, or the national security devices? We don't know. It is something that is not yet answered by President of the United States, Joe Biden. When he issued a press conference today, this afternoon, or this evening in the United States, he didn't took the question from the journalists. So we were expecting him to be grilled with a lot of questions. Unfortunately, he just came and spoke and then went away from the podium without taking any questions. So a lot of questions are not being answered, but I believe the decision to withdraw the United States forces from Afghanistan was something that is being agreed upon by the United States Congress and by the American people. So yeah, hello. Philip, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, Mr. Billy.
Yes. Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I can hear you, yeah.
Okay, welcome, Dr. Philip Toromanyok. I don't know whether we should wait a little bit or we should just proceed with the program.
Here? Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, welcome, if you can hear me. Yeah.
I can hear you clearly.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I confirm right now. Yeah.
So how are you, man?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good, Philip. Long time. Long time, yeah.
We can wait.
Okay, yes, we can wait a little bit because I thought Dr. Ding Ding is going to join us. I just sent him the link, but I don't know why he's not showing up. Maybe I should text him once again and see if he's going to join us or not. I think he was actually there, but maybe he has a technical problem. So listen to the news a little bit while I check on Ding Ding.
Well, there's no question that for whatever reason, we did not have sources in the right place to tell us exactly what was going to happen. I know the intelligence community did say that it would probably be 6 to 9 months before Afghanistan collapsed, and they missed it. And they missed what was going on. They missed the fact that the Taliban obviously were preparing for this strategy. Once the United States pulled their forces out, they knew they could take advantage of it. And I think the intelligence community understood that, but they did not understand how prepared the Taliban was to conduct the kind of campaign they did over these last few days. They captured 12 provincial capitals within a matter of a few days. That's incredible.
It is incredible. I want you to listen to Jake Sullivan, the president's national security advisor, this morning.
Yeah, sorry to inform you that Dr. Ding Ding is not going to join us because he has a technical problem with his computer. He's now at a school where he's actually teaching, and he was about to join us through his laptop he's using at the school, but he's actually telling me that the security of the school system cannot allow him to download the software to join the studio. So that is quite unfortunate, but he can use his own device or cell phone to join us. So he's actually just wrote me a note right now. So just to let you know, Dr. Philip Toromanyok, welcome to the show. And I think we will actually start our program. Since Deng is not going to join us. And hopefully I'm going to expect some guests to join us as well. They get ready to join us on the studio. So welcome, Dr. Philip Toromanyok. I don't have the full information about yourself. I know you have actually acquired your doctorate degree in a certain professional field, but I'm not aware, and that's why it should be me as the host to introduce you to the public. Unfortunately, since I don't have the full information about your profession, I would like you to take a couple of minutes to introduce yourself to the audience so that they can get to know you. You are not a medical doctor, because some people will assume maybe you are a medical doctor or something, but you are actually, you acquired your doctorate degree. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we just lost the the special guest, Dr. Philip Tormanyok. He's going to join us once again. He seemed to have a technical problem as well. So bear with us as he reconnects. I was actually expecting other guests by name. Dr. Deng Ding is a doctorate degree holder as well. These are the special expertise. They know more about foreign policy, the United States foreign policy, as well as domestic policy as well. So they were actually coming live so they can come and share with us what is unfolding right now as we speak in Kabul, Afghanistan. Is very shocking to the world as well as to the United States in particular, the world police. So this is what we are going to focus on. And then there are other two topics that I would like to add to the program. The topic of analyzing the split in the SPLM-IO leadership from the political and military perspective. And we can also examine it from the legal protocol of the revitalized peace agreement. So we would like to give the platform to anyone who would have the interest to come and participate in either of these topics. The third one is the question of whether the SPLM-IO have the legitimacy to claim power sharing over the administrative area established through the presidential decree. So this is one of the third topics that I would like to share with you tonight. As I'm waiting for Dr. Philip Tormanyok to come back, I would go ahead and read to you one of the commentary that was written on the CNN, and I would like to share it on this particular program as a matter of using it to give you a clue about what the administration of President Joe Biden has felt. This is a very interesting article, and I would like you to listen to it. Yeah. So bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. Let me go ahead and look for the article, and I will present to you. So if anybody want to join, please feel free. Otherwise, I will share the link as well. I will share the link for anyone that would like to that would like to join the discussion. So let me go ahead and share the link, guys. Whoever would want to join us, feel free. I will share the link several times, but let me go ahead and read to you. All of you are actually familiar with the former president of Afghanistan, Ashraf Ghani. This is my own comment I just made on the picture I post on my Facebook profile. I don't know who is calling. Okay, sorry, I got a phone call. This is my own personal comment I made when I see the picture of the president of Afghanistan. The former president of Afghanistan, Ashraf Ghani, is a coward leader I had ever heard on this earth. Where on planet would a president flee in a panicking mood when he was commanding the strongest and modern tech, well-equipped 300,000 forces with a high-tech military hardware? And some commentators are pathetically hailing him as the best leader when he had betrayed his nation and citizen as the commander-in-chief who would have stand ground against the Taliban caliphate. I don't blame the United States of America. I am totally behind the United States president Joe Biden for his plan to withdraw United States forces in order to save the billion of our tax dollars used on annual basis fighting for 20 years in Afghanistan. So, ladies and gentlemen, I, Billy Luke, being a Sudanese American, I stand strongly behind my president of the United States of America, Joe Biden, for the decision, and I also believe every other American also believes the same way. This decision to withdraw from Afghanistan was made out of public opinion. That is how America make the foreign policy or make the domestic policy. So the withdrawal of the United States with Hasty was done based on the public opinion of the United States of American citizens, because American people are sick and tired of paying billions of dollars annually to fight in Afghanistan after the mission was accomplished. The mission of hunting down the Osama bin Laden has been accomplished when he was actually killed in Pakistan under the presidency of former President Barack Obama. So all of you are aware of this. It appears, you appear to be having a technical issue with the connection, maybe internet or something. Yeah, Bibiana. Yes, welcome back, Philip Manyok. Can you hear me? Yeah, it will take a while. I think it appears to be freezing. Hello? Okay. Tor, can you hear me? Okay, let me go ahead while I wait for you. Make sure you fix the network, because it's kind of like checking. It's shaky. It's not stable. I mean, the connection appears to be stuttering. That means there is disconnect and connect, disconnect and connect. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me go ahead, and I want to go ahead with my own analysis, how I perceive this. As I said, you know, being an American, I represent the rest of Americans who are not on this program. They believe that it was the right thing for the United States of America to pull out of Afghanistan, simply because American people find that there's no reason whatsoever to continue to fight in Afghanistan after the mission has been accomplished. And that is why the United States president went ahead and made a hasty withdrawal on the 20th anniversary of September. So it is about to be 2 decades or 20 years on September the 11th this year. So that's why United States want to pull out, because they don't want to continue to fight in Afghanistan, because they believe the mission has been accomplished. Yeah, welcome back, Philip Tormanyok. Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you. Speak up a little bit so I can hear you. Sword Murphy. Yep, it's coming right now. Hello? No sound. Yep. It's connecting now. It's connecting. Yeah, now try to speak a little bit if you can hear me. Dr. Philip, can you hear me? Are you hearing me? Okay, I can hear you. I don't know whether the viewers are actually hearing you or not. Please, can you write a comment or give me a sum up if you can hear Dr. Philip Tormanyok? Can you hear his voice, please? Yeah, if you can hear us, please, just let us know. Unfortunately, we have the technical problem with the connection of Dr. Philip Tormanyok. Philip Tormanyok, please try your level best to connect your devices. Okay, yes, I can see that Gabriel Pano. No sound, I don't hear him as well. I can hear myself speaking, and I guess you can hear me as well. I think you can hear me, the viewers. If you can hear me, you can write a comment down there too, so I can read the comment. Otherwise, I will go ahead and read this article from the CNN. So, as I have just said, ladies and gentlemen, the decision to withdraw the United States forces from Afghanistan was made by the American people through the Congress, through the United States Congress. The United States Congress and the presidency of the United States made that decision to withdraw from Afghanistan. But the controversial embarrassment that we have had right now is the fact that Taliban Caliphate have just captured Kabul, the capital city of Afghanistan, and other areas before the U.S. embassy and other national embassies have not yet been evacuated. Even before the United States forces have not been completely withdrawn by the deadline as suggested. So this is quite embarrassing. That is what America is dealing as we speak. But America is not regretting the withdrawal. It's not actually regretting the withdrawal. But what has happened, what has unfolded in the Kabul as we speak is very embarrassing. You have seen how the civilians of Afghanistan are so terrified. They are so afraid to see the capture of Afghanistan or to see the downfall of Afghanistan to the Taliban Caliphate is very, very unfortunate. And that is actually sending them a terrorism of acts that is going to terrify each and every citizen in Afghanistan, especially those who used to live under the rule of the United States for the last 20 years. So this is very unfortunate. Citizens are panicking. Their president has already fled the country. And this raises the question, where is the 300,000 troop of the Afghanistan? Where is this troop at? This troop, 300,000 well-trained, professionally trained forces, well-equipped with a modern weapon, with a modern high-tech weapon. All this military hardware has been procured to the Afghanistan armed force. So this is why the blame has to go to the president of Afghanistan. Why would a commander-in-chief fled his own country when in fact he was actually in command of 300,000 forces? I think even the Taliban does not even have 10,000 forces to capture Afghanistan. So this raises a question of what went wrong exactly. Is it something to blame on the United States, or is it something to blame on the Afghanistan government? And it was last month that the president of Afghanistan was here in the United States to meet with the president of the United States, Joe Biden. And he made a very strong commitment to protect and defend his country when he came to the White House. Hello, Philip Tor. Can you hear me now? Yeah, let's try to talk now so I can hear you, just to confirm. I'm laughing about a comment. Somebody's writing a comment here. I don't know. Yeah. Try to speak now. Try to speak so I can hear your voice. Yeah, now they are called Ben Studio. You might tell me in Morocco, bar, Jan Ben Jam, bar studio, Ben Jam. Malaj, we are actually experiencing technical problem with the connection with Dr. Philip Tormanyok. Philip, try your best, please, because you are the special guest of this particular topic, this particular program, and we would like to analyze this topic to the full. Okay, let me welcome Dr. Dal Arjun is here with us. Welcome, Dr. Dal Arjun.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Okay.
Yeah, it is a pleasure to join me on this this program tonight. We are saddened, we are saddened and shocked by what is happening in Kabul, Afghanistan. This is very, very unfortunate. Our president, Joe Biden, was on the right track. He was actually on the right track. Unfortunately, he embarrassed himself, despite the fact that he's one of the most competent presidents in the United States history, let alone the fact that he has served for a very long time, 30 years in the Congress, 30 years in foreign policy. And look how he just failed. Look how he just humiliated the United States. Everyone is shocked. Yeah, so welcome, Dal Arjun. It's a pleasure to have you here. Try to welcome back and try to talk a little bit so we can find out whether we can hear you or not.
Yeah, I think I can hear you very well.
No, not you, Dal Arjun. I'm talking about Dr. Philip. Dr. Philip, can you hear us?
Philip, I don't hear him. I don't know.
I don't hear him too. Philip,
Okay.
We don't hear you at all. Even they are actually saying they don't hear you. Okay. No, I will send you the link. I will send you. Yeah, continue to do that. Your voice is coming. I'm talking about Philip. Dal Arjun, your connection is very strong. It's good.
Yeah.
I can hear you very loud. You can hear me as well.
Well, my internet is unlimited. Yeah, sometimes you have a limited internet that can happen. So
yeah, but what is happening with the Philip here? It's not. I think it's the device, the connection. I mean the audio.
Yeah. So what is your point? Let him set up his, and then we're going on, and then he's going to find us on the way. So let him fix his internet.
Yeah, Philip, we can hear you. We can see you talking, but we don't hear you at all. That's a problem. Yeah. I guess you can hear us.
Go out and come back again.
No, he's been going out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
okay.
What are you talking about?
Let me give you the platform, please. Go ahead and give us your own perspective or analysis about what is happening in Afghanistan as we speak. This is a very shocking news. This is a very embarrassment to the United States of America. And we are here as Sudanese American to put in our own opinion, because everybody's shocked. Even when I was at work,
I think
You
you
know,
are,
everybody is
you,
shocked and questioning
you,
like
I
that, you
think
know.
you are,
You are so stunned by this.
I think you are misunderstanding the term here, and I don't know what your perspective or your argument is about. I do believe the decision by the president, you know, is actually the right decision, and it's not him who decided. By the way,
All
it
of us,
was
yeah, majority of us.
it was the former president who decided the withdrawal of the troop from the Afghanistan.
Yeah,
You
Donald
have,
Trump. Donald Trump.
so yes, Donald Trump was the one who have agreement with the president of Afghanistan to withdraw the troop. So when the new president Joe Biden came, he's just implementing what actually has been decided.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the withdrawal was
I don't know
supposed to take place
why
in
you are
May.
saying, and it was really a very good decision, because you know the thing is, you know, sometimes you got to the way democracy in America work. The democracy work for the interest of the people. It's not working for interest of individual or a president. Okay, so the interest of America in Afghanistan was to get rid of the terrorists, and that mission is accomplished. So why should the American be there? They are not going there to invade the country. They are not going there to build the country. They are not going there to be a citizen of Afghanistan. So they were going there for a specific mission to get rid of the terrorists, and that mission is done. So what should they just withdraw? And that agreement was signed by the former president long time ago. Donald Trump signed it, and the troop should be withdrawn a long time ago. Actually, what you could have argued is that maybe Joe Biden was delayed by withdrawing the troop, because those troops should come home from the month of the beginning of this year. So I don't know what is your argument. Why are you saying is what is your argument here? I don't understand you. So what is your point? I want to know your position.
All right, let me answer you. Let me answer you, the argument.
Yes.
You made it perfectly clear that is the position of vast majority of American people. The decision to withdraw from Afghanistan was made based on the public opinion of the United States citizen. That is why the United States Congress and the presidency came together and made that decision to withdraw the United States forces from Afghanistan in May 2021. That was the policy of former President Donald Trump. And then when President Joe Biden came in, he extended the period of withdrawal to be done in September, prior to the celebration of the 20th anniversary of the 9/11. So, unfortunately, the withdrawal, the accusation right now, or the blame game against Joe Biden as we speak, is the fact that the United States has just withdrawn in Hasty without orderly evacuation of the American diplomat or American embassy and other national embassies in Afghanistan, as well as the orderly withdrawal of the United States forces. You have seen how the Taliban Caliphate have just overwhelmed the Afghanistan, and they have already captured the country, and everybody is fleeing in panic. That is where the embarrassment is. The accusation here, or the criticism against the Joe Biden administration, has nothing to do with the withdrawal. United States of America agrees to withdraw from Afghanistan. But the question here is the manner in which America is actually withdrawing. It's very embarrassing. It was supposed, the transfer of the power was supposed to be made professionally to the Afghan army post.
Well, okay, I got, yeah, now, okay.
But you have seen.
Listen. You know, yeah, the problem with you guys.
To the image of
Hold on. There is nothing embarrassment here. You know, the problem with the South Sudanese is that sometimes you are interested on a misleading information or what you see on the media. Okay, the withdrawal of the troop is very safe. What is happening in Afghanistan is that the Afghanistan people who are actually the government, who have been organized and have been given resources by the American, they are given all any type of weapon they need. They don't have a willing to fight the rebel. This is what you need to understand. Okay, so the evacuation was perfect, but there is no government that is willing to actually to stay in power. So that is why the Taliban were coming to actually take over. So that is what we can discuss. You know, sometimes is that some people, some country, they wanted to rely on America as a superpower so that they can be protected, they can fight their war, they can do anything, which is not the case here. Okay, the country, Afghanistan is not the American nation. So for your concern, I think this is a baseless, because there is no any America that is been injured or all of them that is safe. There is a very safe evacuation. It's only that the rebel, they are in hurry because there is no protection, because they knew it is only America that were actually blocking them out from entering the capital. And then when the forces left and when the embassy evacuated, they're already there in the capital, because no government. Already when the president heard that the Americans are evacuating, president already flew out. So he's not willing to be a president actually. So whom are you going to force? And then the people who are is like, you know, it will be comparison to our country now in South Sudan, where there is a president being guided by another country, like for example the Uganda now. Okay, so the Uganda is always the force for Salva Kiir. Now, if the Uganda and others supportive of Salva Kiir now are withdrawing in our country, or they withdraw the support, the rebel, the opposition rebel will be in Juba just in 1 minute. So this is what we can talk about. We can discuss. You know, is about willing to actually to liberate your country, willing to stand for your country, and willing to die for your country. If there is no that willing, if you have money and you have resources and you have what, those are nothing. So this is a good example actually for our country, and Salva Kiir should learn from this, because every time when we have insurgents ourselves, we try to fight ourselves, he's going to borrow people from outside, like the way he was borrowing Uganda in 2013, and Uganda has been killing a lot of people, bombing all the villages. So you see, foreign country involving in the war. Sometimes we should learn that this can be only a temporal, because they have their own interests. Like America now, they have their own interests. Mission is accomplished, they withdraw. So they leave you your problem. That is why we are saying now is actually South Sudanese should learn from this, because sometimes, you know, America has some people they are supporting in Africa, a lot of countries, based on their national interest. So now when that national interest is accomplished, then what will happen is that there will be a insurgent group. So whoever is not willing to stand for the country will be out quickly. So if that is what we need to actually to use here for our country, the way our South Sudan is being run, you know, it's being run through foreign country, and most of this support for Salva Kiir now, the money, the weapon, all this type of anything, including the manpower, come from neighboring country, right? Like the Uganda has been fighting alongside with Salva Kiir troop. So now, if Uganda withdraw today, Uganda withdraw from all the territory of South Sudan or from Juba, it basically the rebel will take over. So that is what we can learn now for as a new lesson for our country. I think so. The case of Afghanistan. Yes. So I don't know if you have any question. I don't see anything here. I think they were doing right thing.
Can I add something to that? I don't think we disagree. But where we disagree a little bit, that you misunderstood me, is America is being blamed in the manner it is actually withdrawing or evacuating the embassy. You have seen the panicking going on. This is not supposed to be like that. It's supposed to be orderly. It's supposed to be done smoothly in a way that is not in this kind of circumstances in which it is now appearing on the television across the world. You have seen how the United States military plane is actually being swarmed by the Afghanistan people. People are panicking in fear. This raises the question, what happened exactly to the Afghanistan 300,000 well-trained, well-equipped with the modern high-tech technology, military hardware? What happened to this force? That is a question that ought to be answered by President Ashraf Ghani of Afghanistan, who just fled his own country as a commander-in-chief. That is something embarrassing. And that is the question we have to blame on the Afghanistan people. Why did they give up their country easily?
Yeah, the common sense is this. So that's why I told you should not say there is a disorderly. It's not.
So
hold on.
We all agree with the decision of our president.
One thing is this.
So there's nothing wrong with it.
Let me explain it. One thing is this. First of all, it's not a disorderly evacuation. The American has already did the evacuation as it's supposed to be done. They have trained, as you say, that they have trained the Afghan troop, and they have done everything they could do.
300,000 forces.
Okay. So they already evacuated. Those people you see at the airport, those are, most of them, they are the security organ that has been trained so that they can take over their own country, their own affair. But the problem is they are not willing to fight. So they wanted to use America to die for their war. And this is what I have been saying sometimes, like some people here in our country, when they will say, oh, now we could go and fight, now when there is a war, and then they don't have troops. Look at what most of these Equatorians are saying right now. You see, when the Nuer moved in and shipped the war to near Juba, and I have been saying this, okay? So the Nuer shifted the war from Apanal to Juba and bring gun because they are willing to die for the nation. Now, when they bring gun, those Equatorians who are really very hungry, now they took the gun from the Nuer instead of fighting the war. So they took the gun and going to form a militia from the gun of the Nuer. This is unfair, you see? And then when this Thomas Cirillo got from he's kind of saying that he's a general and I laugh at him sometimes, you see. So he says he's a general in Bielfarm. When he defected from the government, he went with just a suit, and he's saying he's a general. So he went with suit, and he got this militia who are being trained by the Nuer soldiers who have just shifted the war to Equatoria and saying that they are his soldiers. So you see, it's very funny. So instead of them fighting the war, they end up on the street. They end up on the street. And yesterday I was saying they are limited to blocking the road and actually harassing passengers. This is not a war, and that's what such kind of people, if you prepare them and you give them a type of gun, they're not going to fight for you. So they're going to live like what is happening. So that is why what we are saying, similar to Salva Kiir right now, okay? The case of Salva Kiir, you see, Salva Kiir, his troops, they're not fighting. So he's using the Ugandan to fight his war. When the interest of Ugandan is finished, like the interest of American, or when the Uganda say, okay, let's say our mission is done in South Sudan, we are withdrawing and we are going to our country. So Salva Kiir today will flee Juba, my brother. He will flee because he knows it is only Uganda that protected him. Otherwise, the rebel will be in town in 24 hours. If all the foreign troops from South Sudan now leave. So that is what we can discuss. So it comes down to willing to die for your country. It's not about being prepared. It's not about having tank like what our people believe. Oh, Salva Kiir has tank on the street. He's very powerful. No, He has them because there are foreigners that are fighting his war, like the way the Uganda was fighting us in Jonglei, okay, in 2013, because I was down there. So they were fighting, they were bombing from up, they were coming on the ground post like they are really the citizen of South Sudan. So you see, that is those kind of situation when the interest of Uganda, what they want, whether it's oil or whether it's anything, when that interest is finished, or when they have shipped it, if they are shipped it, if it is about Museveni, if you already got his money, what you want, then it's going to order all the troops, or maybe the Ugandan people can say, okay, let's board out like the way American board. Let's withdraw our troop from South Sudan. Salva Kiir will leave like the president of Afghanistan. He will leave Juba tonight. And that because he knows there is no any other way. The rebel will be in Juba by all means. So my brother, that's what we are. We have to address the reality here. You know, it's good that we have to accept ourselves than borrowing from other people, than bringing in people to actually to kind of interfere in our affair. So that is what we call a political will, is to settle your problem, your own problem with your brother. Okay. So now we have to, what I wanted to tell our people is that, you know, the political will that people usually use is that Americans want you to be, for leaders actually to negotiate and actually put the interest of the people first before if you are a leader in a democracy situation or a democracy system, you have to put your interest in the interest of your people, in the interest of your nation, your country. That is what we call democracy. So when that one is not there, each and every leader will have an interest, and when that one happens, leaders will not agree. So that is why foreign country will have a chance to actually to play their interest within you, and when they are done, your country will be left vacuum. So anybody who is willing to die, they will get the power. Like now, Afghanistan, they got the power right now, so they are back in the country, whether you like it or not, is by gunpower. So that's what is happening. So what we should tell our people is a lesson that if they don't agree, this agreement that I've just signed, if it is not implemented, and then the rebel are still militia, everybody has a tribal militia, then it's likely that anytime Uganda troops achieve their interest in South Sudan, they will withdraw. Or anytime when the people of Uganda feel that what they are doing is not right, then they can withdraw their troop, and then we are left by ourselves. Then the rebel will merge in. So that is what. So it's a good. Actually, for me, I think sometimes, you know, it's a good change, because anyway, country need change. Country cannot be led for so long by a weak militant or a weak political party, because if it is a weak, there will be a lot of rebellion. So they don't control rebellion like now Salva Kiir, because his regime is very weak. He cannot control all those rebellion. Everywhere there is rebellion in Upper Nile, rebellion in Equatoria, rebellion in Barghazal, everywhere rebellion, because Salva Kiir doesn't control the rebellion. He's very weak, and because he's using the foreign troop. So when the foreign troop withdraw, then the rebellion will take over, because it looks like rebellion are more strong right now than Salva Kiir troop, because rebellion don't have money, they don't have gun, they don't have anything, but they are fighting a war. And Salva Kiir has money, he has all type of weapon, he have a license to buy weapon. Now he is being helped by foreign country. So don't you see that gap, my brother? Don't you see that now? That is what we are looking in our country right now.
Thank you very much for your analysis. Your analytical analogy to the situation of South Sudan could actually make sense, hypothetically speaking. It is something that is yet to be seen. It is like what happened in Ethiopia recently when the Tigray region broke away and launched a rebellion. You also made that analogy to that of South Sudan. Most of you did that, right?
Yes.
Now
Yes.
this thing happened again in Afghanistan. You are trying to bring that comparative analogy to the case of South Sudan. That is something here to be seen. So I cannot argue you on that, but let's keep it that way. That is your opinion. That is how you perceive it. But let's move to the next topic as we wait for the other guests. Because Dr. Philip Toromanyok is still having a technical issue. Philip, please try it once again, and let's see if we can hear your voice. I think your connection is very good. The only problem here is your device audio. We cannot hear you, and we don't know exactly what is going on with the audio. Let me try it once again. I can see.
So what is your next topic here?
We have two other topics that we would like to share. We want to make analysis about the split in the SPLM-IO, and then the third topic is about whether the SPLM-IO has the legitimacy to claim power sharing over the administrative area, because we have seen in the recent press release issued by Dr. Riek Machar is complaining that why the administrative area government have been formed and why they have not been involved in the formation of the administrative area. So this raises the question of whether SPLM-IO have the legal legitimacy to claim any power sharing on the administrative areas. So
yeah,
that is the topic.
Yeah,
but
first of
before
all,
you go ahead, Arjun, before you go ahead, let us try Dr. Philip. Dr. Philip Tor, let us hear from you if we can hear your voice. Otherwise, your connection is good. The only problem here is that we don't hear you. Can you try your audio and see if we can hear you?
That guy has a problem with internet. So,
try it right now. Dr. Philip, try to speak so we can see whether we can hear you or not. Hello? Is it frozen?
yeah, it's frozen. Yeah.
Yeah, his connection is frozen. I think I do not hear him completely. It is very unfortunate. He's one of the special guests of this particular program, and his interest was to come and address the hasty withdrawal of the United States forces from Afghanistan.
Okay.
As well, there was other guests that were coming to talk about this, about the split in the SPLM-IO, and then the third topic is about whether the SPLM-IO, as an opposition party, has the legal claim over the power sharing of the administrative area. That is the third topic. Yeah, Philip, try to speak. So we want to confirm your voice. Unfortunately, we
I think it's
okay. Okay, Dol Arjun, the third topic is about the split in the SPLM-IO, and we want to look at this split in the SPLM-IO from the perspective of the revitalized peace agreement protocol, and that is how we want to examine it from the political and military perspective.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see those split, because I have been following the SPLA, or whether it's IO or all opposition faction from the formation of the SPLA in 1983. So it's not surprise for me when there are a split. The reason of this is split for IO right now with the General Garwedwal and by President Riek Machar, I will argue that it is just because the root cause of the war is not addressed. And that is why those who believe that the root cause has been addressed, they are the group of IO that has signed peace led by the Vice President, and they are in Juba right now. So they believe the root cause is addressed, and they believe the root cause is a political. That is why political mean power sharing to the politician. So that group of IO, they are already in Juba. The other group of IO led by General Garwedwell, I think this is the group that don't believe that the root cause of the war was politically. So they believe the root cause of the war is a tribal. And that is why they still wanted to address either the people who were killed, especially the Nuer were killed, and or any other troop or any other ethnic group.
So what you are trying to say now, Dr. Dolarjin, are you trying to say that General Garwidwal group is actually fighting for tribalism? That what you are saying?
I believe strongly, even if they don't say it, I strongly believe that they wanted to address why there was a massacre, the genocide of the Nuer in Juba. And
so
that's
you are actually being hypothetical. You are not sure. You are just assuming.
I'm not assuming. This is what I strongly argue, that they split is because they believe that the root cause of the war is not addressed by the peace agreement signed by Riek Machar. And that's why they want to distance themselves from Riek Machar. And if you have to look our history, I'm not talking from something that don't have supportive evidence. So if you look at the supportive, when the war broke out between John Garang and Riek Machar, okay? So what happened? The war was fought. There was ethnic line of it. Denga were killed, 1991. And what happened is that there was Riek Machar signed an agreement with John Garang.
Please try your voice again.
So when Riek Machar signed an agreement with John Garang, there was a group of Nuer militants that did not believe that the agreement between the Riek and John Garang did not address the root cause of the problem. So what happened? Most of the troops, they were left out. They split. If you heard about Pauline Matip, and then Pauline Matip began organizing all the troops that were left out by Riek Machar, and he brought them in 2006. So what I'm looking with this is that similarly, I think Garwedwell is going to end up to organize all the troops that are left out by Riek Machar in all across South Sudan. And if you organize them, I believe he might sign an agreement, a separate agreement with either the Salva Kiir or maybe any regime that will actually be looking for peace. This is the way I look at it, and this is what happened in our history. It's just repeating itself. So Garwedwell is now organizing troops, and most of the people that believe that the peace agreement in Juba did not address the root cause, so they will be joining Garwedwell. And then therefore Garwedwell will have a huge troop. So when that troop is organized across Sudan, it will be threat to South Sudan government. It can also be threat.
Hold on. Let me confirm from Dr. Philip if we can hear him, please.
I don't think that is here
too much.
Yeah.
Can you try your audio, please? We just want to confirm to make sure we can hear you.
It's not. I don't know what happened. I think it's an internet problem.
Philip,
so
try.
Yeah, let me finish and then let him log out completely and then come later on. I think it will.
He's been logging out, but when he come back, we need to give him time.
Yes. He should be logging out and then come back. Should locking out completely and then come back later. So what I'm seeing here with the peace agreement that is
main topic but the topic until
so what I'm seeing here, Billy, look, is that Garwedwell will end up organizing all those forces left out by Riek Machar, and they are going to join him soon. Even there will be a resistance, but I'm seeing is likewise there was a small resistance, especially in Bentiu around 1980 and 2000, but it was managed, and then the Pauline Matip were able actually to win the heart of the people, and then all the troops they joined with Pauline Matip, and Matip actually organized them. You can see about 50,000 in 2006 when he came to Juba. They were actually alternative forces of South Sudan, because by then John Garang didn't have forces, Riek Machar or Salva Kiir, they didn't have forces. So all those forces that were brought by Pauline Matip were the one actually that the foundation of our independence. So this is what I'm looking at it now. So Garwedwell now has a chance to organize any forces left by Riek Machar, and maybe he may sign an agreement with the government. If the agreement is not respected, or people are not willing to negotiate the problem, then that means the problem will be passed on to the next generation, and we might end up fighting another decade of war, or a tribal war. I'll put it, as I argue, of course, our war is a tribal war.
Can I ask you a question, please? Because we are trying to examine and analyze this particular topic, the topic of the SPLM-IO split, from the legal perspective. According to the document, the signed protocol of the revitalized peace agreement. Do you think it is legitimate for General Garwidwal to defect from his commander-in-chief, Dr. Riek Machar, who was the signatory to the peace agreement? And
I
the
think
international community and the region who are granted to the peace agreement believe that Dr. Riek Machar is the partner to the peace agreement, and therefore nobody can actually remove him through a coup like that. That is why it would have been fair and just if the group of General Garwidwal would have been inside Juba, and then they come and demand democratic way of removing their commander-in-chief. You know, that is when the other peace partners would have recognized him as legitimate. But at this case, at this point, I think it is not acceptable for General Garwidwal to be recognized as a legitimate peace partner because he is not a legal signatory to the revitalized peace agreement. So this is how we want to analyze this. We want to analyze this from the legal perspective of the revitalized peace agreement protocol. So let us not beat the bush. We're not talking about the ideology of this respective group. We just want to focus who have actually violated the legal document of the revitalized peace agreement. And this is how we want to examine it.
Yeah, I think if there is anybody who we can see and make our judgment correctly of who violated this agreement that I've just signed, I think it will be Riek Machar and Salva Kiir by themselves in Juba. Because you know, if you look at them, Riek Machar is trying. Is not the only one person that is an opposition. He has a troop. Garwedwal is one of the what they call the chief of general staff of the army. And you know, the rebellion that was outside opposition is an armed group. This is an army struggle. It's not about politics. So what Garwedwal is seeing now and their general is that Riek Machar has surrendered himself as an individual, as somebody with the interest, somebody who have put his interest first before the interest of the people. So I think legally, Garwedwal has a right to stand with the people, to stand with the troop. And even later on, if the IGAD or maybe international community will examine this, they will see this as a right. If Garwedwal has actually have all the troop, and Riek Machar is by himself and his wife, so there is a possibility that the international community will push the government of South Sudan, including Riek Machar, to negotiate with Garwedwal. I think that is what we
however,
I see it. I look at
the question here, whether Dr. Riek Machar have a troop or doesn't have a troop, it is still a legitimate peace partner because he's a signatory to the revitalized peace agreement protocol.
Well, he was actually he was a legitimate because he was representing an armed group, armed struggle. Now, when he reached in Juba, he's not connected, has a connection with any of these armed. So therefore, the armed group now are saying he has already surrendered.
But so we thought his forces are on the ground and they are fighting the forces
because if he's not surrendering, he will still represent the position of this armed group. So he was going to Juba like a representative. So now instead of representing his group, he's representing his position. That is the argument of the group of IO, I think. So that I think that one is legitimate, and I think any person with a good judgment will see this.
Okay, but the way we look at it from the legal perspective of the Revitalized Peace Agreement Protocol, we believe that both General Withdrawal, General Maburdul, General Johnson Olony, they are totally against the peace agreement. Since day one, it was signed. They refuse to come to Juba. That means they don't recognize the peace agreement. Therefore, we look at them as people who are anti-peace and stability of South Sudan. In that case, we look at them as peace agreement saboteurs. So we cannot recognize them as the peace partners in this case.
Well,
so what they have done is illegal, and it is against the spirit of the peace agreement. If they want to be recognized as
Billy, let me tell you, the problem here.
If they want to be recognized, they would have come to Juba, and then they would have actually called for a democratic general assembly, whereby they would have voted out. They would have voted out Dr. Riek Machar while they are inside Juba. That means they are committed to peace. But the fact that they try to lure in Dr. Riek Machar to join them in the military bases outside the country, it doesn't make any sense. It means they were actually trapping Dr. Riek Machar, and they were actually attempting to take over his leadership militarily.
Yeah,
and that is exactly what they have just done. And that is the violation of the peace agreement.
Yeah, I think this is how you look at it here. That is how you view it. That's how you look at it. But if you put yourself into their position, then it will be different. Because the argument of those General Garwedwell, Mabodol, and Johnson Olony is that, South Sudan, these are general, they are army. So army mean that they have been fighting the war for almost 8 years. They are fighting. And what it means in fighting is that they have killed people.
Army? Do you think
what it means is that they have troops. They have troops that have been fighting. People are killed. People are wounded. And a lot of town has been destroyed. So those towns, these are the armies because they are fighting, right? So now the argument is this. Garwedwell is saying, now those troops that are in Juba, maybe somebody is wounded, somebody is broken the leg, somebody is died. What if he doesn't have a troop? What is he going to tell them if he is asked? And that is a legitimate question, that he want to go to Juba with his arm. The same thing with Salva Kiir, who was fighting them. He has his own army in Juba. And that's what they call, for you, because people don't understand it, they call it security arrangement. But this is wrong. They should not call it security arrangement. What it means is this: general who fought, general who killed people who are fighting war, they want to go to Juba with their forces. They want to go with Juba with their gun. That is what our people don't understand it. So now we are forcing people like Riek Machar is saying, oh no, I just go to Juba. I did not kill anybody. It is my general who killed the people. This is a betrayal. How will you be saying that I did not kill people when you commanded the war? So that is why Garwedwell is saying, if the peace agreement is real for South Sudan, then I have to go to Juba with my troop. Salva Kiir, if he's a union, he should accept Garwedwell.
Thank you. Let us try Dr. Philip Toromanyok.
Yeah. So
audio again.
South Sudanese, we need to be. And by the way, I don't know what school you went to, Billy. In any political school, this is what is happening. If there is a peace after a war, what happens is that the only best solution is to equate the power, so that the power is the same. The power of the position and the power of the fighting, the rival. They have to have the same power. When they have the same power, they will never fight. And that is because people who don't go to school, they look at it like, oh, when the opposition come with the army, there will be fight, and that's they scaring the Salva Kiir and those who are in Juba. They should not scare. Sometimes equal power can really equate themselves, and they will not fight. This is what we call the political theory, and it has been proven a working theory in any school, social school, when you go there. So you will find if there is two armies, they are equal, they have the same equal power and equal manpower, they will never fight. That's why we are saying let the opposition come with their forces in Juba and Salva Kiir with his forces in Juba, and let's discuss the root cause of the war. Simple. It's not a rocket scientist what we are saying here. Even though they want to say that they want to say it's secure arrangement.
All right.
It's not about.
Thank you, Arjun. Let us move to the third topic. The third topic is actually about the SPLM-IO complaining about the power sharing over the administrative area. Do you think the SPLM-IO as an opposition has a legitimate claim to have a power sharing with the government of South Sudan over the administrative area?
First of all, in my own opinion, I don't believe power sharing was the solution for South Sudan problem. Power sharing is never a solution. It's actually increasing our problem in South Sudan. And power sharing is a corruption itself. It's a way to loot the oil money and actually to hinder the development of South Sudan. So it's actually a looting system. That's why they are saying power sharing, because it doesn't address anything. So I don't value so-and-so will claim a territorial administration or maybe state. These are just opportunists. They're not going to take us anywhere. And it's never near to the solution of South Sudan problem. So what is the South Sudan problem? We'll never be talking about power sharing. We will be talking about reality. We will be talking about integration of fighting tribe, fighting militia must be integrated. That could be the solution. Then we have the government. Then we go to election. So when we go to election, we are not going to talk about which group should be given the power. No, that is killing the country, by the way. So what our country need is to accept ourselves and then to admit to be responsible of what has happened. Then let's try to integrate, because the war now has been seen as a tribal war since ever. So this problem can be addressed by integrating the fighting forces or the fighting tribe, militia. And that is what Riek Machar is not doing. That's what Salva Kiir don't want to do. And this is a problem to South Sudan. So South Sudanese should see people intellectual like you. You need to come up and see the reality, to stand with the people instead of standing with the power sharing. Because the power sharing is not a solution. If power sharing is a solution, Billy, look, if power sharing was
I agree with you, Arjun.
the problem will have been solved a long time ago.
I believe in take it all. Like if, for instance, if you win the presidency, it would be up to you as Arjun to form your own government and select your own competent government official that can serve successfully under your administration.
Yeah. So if
and
power,
that's why I don't even believe. I didn't believe in the revitalized peace agreement in its negotiation.
Very good.
Because I know it was all about power sharing. As you can see, the presidency has been shared, the parliamentary representation has been shared, the gubernatorial position has been shared, as well as the ministerial portfolio. All of this, it's all about power sharing. That means people were acting up at their selfish interests.
You know, one thing our people need to judge is that if power sharing was a solution, when it was discussed in Addis,
is that a question?
2016, it could be a solution. Why then it's not a solution? So why can we judge it? Why do we have to repeat something already done and destroy us? The war was in Juba, all the war happening everywhere. It's still the war now everywhere. Because power sharing, it never addressed.
All right, unfortunately, we lost the Arjun. Maybe he's going to come back. Banyakoj in Chuglor, Bentin Ben. Get topic a GMO topic topic with Afghanistan. In case Dr. Philip Tormanyok in the channel lawyer request who Ben Jamtin in topic with Afghanistan. Afghanistan very shocking to the whole world. Very shocking to America. Because the way when she joined America, she withdraw. Embarrassing to United States image. Wa kene in Dr. Philip Tormanyok yen we Ben Jamti kamano go de kamanda ben chol Dr. Ding Ding ke wuj ben yen taw school man tina period lakini we be lui connect through computer then school ku yen chi yen lui connect so che chen gat le yen ka chi be ben yen ke ko bi ben jam analysis bita split ta SPLM-IO in ke de number topic ne ku jela yen ka dang Dr. Riek Machar IO in claim nu ku le yen nga administrative area e ke lo form ku yen ki kon dol e ken na jo ti ku le long te chi dor the revitalized peace agreement here in time the administrative area ka tin wan ga ta ngul le yen ka bi ka ben tek ya ka bi ban men tek ti ke ba ni le be tek wan ke ba ni be tek label bita 10 state nga administrative area ke ba ti ne kani e ke ne ke to aldu ne ke ne we ka yunte ka bo from administrative area ku kan ya bin biya go martin banya ko ke 3 topic ke jamanti so topic with Afghanistan, ladies and gentlemen, it was going to be addressed between me and Dr. Philip Tormanyok. Unfortunately, he's actually experiencing technical connection with his device. So we will continue to wait. If he's going to come back, then we will continue with the topic of Afghanistan. But so far, I think I made my own opinion. Dol Arjun contributed his own opinion, and he compared that analogy to that of South Sudan in case it might happen. He was actually trying to analogize it. That such a thing can happen in South Sudan. That's what he was actually referring to. So, you know, Ben Banyakoj, the didn't want Martin, get topic get Yaka. So I was being requested to host these special guests of the night. Unfortunately, we are experiencing connection with them. Interload.
Yeah, thank you, Bill. Look, I really appreciated this topic you put. Lano, the beautiful of the media is when something happens around the world, you know, the media people like you should bring it, or if somebody requested you, or you have somebody who has good analysis about that particular thing, you can host him. Like you say, you are hosting two gentlemen, and it's a fear that this our brother has a technical problem with his phone, and I'm real sorry about him, but I hope it will make it. But what brought me here, Mr. Bill, look, is when somebody put a topic, our Junubin biji bukhallu topic totally, we have law barra min topic. That yeah, sometimes it's holding the people who are listening. Now we see the topic there. وقاس بتاعك بيجي like دور الهرجن ده بيجي بخلي topic وبخوت في مهلاته هو داير, you know, which is you have no control. But دور الهرجن should learn from himself. لانه topic ده ما في government عملوها touch فوقه. Topic that was about Afghanistan and analysis about IO. And to put topic about IO, it's not a big deal because now they have issues in Magenis among themselves. So all we as a Junubin, we are trying to see who has the right, you know. It's not we are laughing, but we are judging who has the right, because all of them, they are Junubin and they are fighting. They claim to fight, they were fighting the government, all of them, and they are about peace. So they should know ourselves, Pimagenes. Murud Jor Largen, if he is a supporter of the Withdrawal, he should put his comment on that topic. Yeah. But the problem, Dor Largen, can we welcome our brother if he really can hear us and we can hear him? Hello, Brother Philip.
Can you hear me, guys?
Oh, yeah, finally. Yeah, we are hearing you now.
All right. Sorry for the inconvenience.
It's okay. Well, I will make mine quick, and then I will give you the plot because you are the main host to come and make your own analysis about Afghanistan. So what I'm saying, Bill, look, I was not coming. I have my own thing to do here in my garage. But when I heard Dor Largen talking about comparing Afghanistan with South Sudan, girl, Yaga South Sudan mind to army, Salfakida mind to Jej Batara Loma, Uganda, Yomata, Mahabela de Bukuni and Bubble Bay Dena Saga. Hatta Hasa lo Jej Uganda Fadmin Juba, Mabukun there Pakistan before. Yeah, Jama, is that a reality? You know? SPLM Kulu and Hajj Flum home you would be how be power that Uganda. That made me mad, and I just want to come and confront Dor Largen, but I don't know why he's out in the studio now. So it's not true. It's not true. Ma mumkin betala Pakistan da isau ma South Sudan. Uganda jabu miten, uraja miten, you know. So mem anama bukalam kati lano Dor Largen is not here, and maybe he's hearing me around there. Don't compare Afghanistan with South Sudan. Junub da laman ishakil for 21 years kanin begin. Unfortunately, there is a new song tala umbar min fanan al-kabir bugula atany wala isum munu atany waka inaida malu isum fat. And fanan kabir ta SPLM, you know, he released a new song yesterday about
Garangatany. You talking about Garangatany?
Yes, Garangatany. Garangatany released a very big song yesterday, very interesting song. So I hope Dor Largen has my song. So my jerjer sak, you call the topic with Afghanistan, you know.
Send it to me now if you have it so I can play it.
Yeah, you play it, let him hear, you know, or I will send it to you. So for Afghanistan, it's embarrassing for the America. Much embarrassing that they are withdrawing. Embarrassing lanu the tulu nas badla wasa fi matarasa. Fi kullu citizen, hatta citizen da Canadian zi nina gadin na nina ma US we are nina sawa nina zalanin shidid. Dama tarika diplomatic American room yatla be chaos like that. Mughrud yamulu be tarika sah. Lana America is a leading world and the superpower. Ma mumkin ya rebel bugulu Taliban yani hiju dakhal al-Medina while America is still inside. Kalam da barau is a weakness of Joe Biden, whether he like it or not. Kalam da masa makwit. Mughrud hum yara halawal وبعد Taliban da khali khushu. Lanu ya al-balad ma darin shakul. Lo ya al-balad ma darin shakul Taliban da. Teb America yamul shinu. America ma qatal Osama bin Laden wa khalas. They dismantle everything. يعني معقولهم يقول للميتين عشان كده ما يجي يساووا مع السودان قال يا دور لارجن خاف الله ما يجرجر بقضيه بتاع قضيه بتاع قرويجوال مع جونسون وولي you know قرويجوال ده يا حاجه بيقولوا دينكا كونكوي think first before you اتخذ القرار قبل انت ما اتخذت القرار بتاعك ده كده فكر اول ده شنو بيحصل بعدين لو عمل كو against you know دكتوريا ده شنو بيحصل في مكانك زي اسد هانشوف ده شنو حصل هسه انت شوف اللي سبيكر بتاعه ده دينغ تونغ هسه is not is hiding under the table now شوف هنا ده مدمه دي الله وين هسه هم بيتكلموا قال يا جماعه جيبوا قروج عشان نمشي نعالج ناس المستشفى جيبوا قروج ولما بدأوا اول كان بدا والله يا مسكنا دباب مسكنا هسه بقى كيف ما بقى بمبي هسه زول بقى بمسك راسه كده والله قال والله يا قال تجيك لون والله تجيك لون بتاع ساخن انت لما اتخذت قرار ما وانا تنده يا ام الكلام ده المهم ثانك يو وانا بجي في هناك
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Coach, for the wonderful contribution you have just made. I will not waste much of the time. I would like to introduce to you Dr. Philip Tormanyok, who is the special guest of the night. And his interest to come live tonight was to come and cover the topic of Afghanistan in particular. But I added other topics pertaining to the split in the SPLM-IO. And that was the topic requested by Dr. Deng Ding, who did not make it as well due to technical problem because he cannot connect due to his device. So he was actually struggling as well in connecting to the studio. So he was the one who requested me to bring the topic of the SPLM split. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to bring to the studio Dr. Philip Tormanyok. Dr. Philip, I am wondering whether I should actually allow yourself a couple of minutes to actually introduce yourself to the public in case they don't know you, what are you holding doctorate degree in it? Because they might think you are a medical doctor, because when you have the title of the DR, the people will assume that you are a medical doctor, or maybe you are a physician or something. So please try to introduce yourself for a couple of minutes before we jump into the topic of Afghanistan. So thank you and welcome for the very first time on the GM for Media.
Mình Bill Look we're quite on the show. What tiếng Anh muốn?
Yeah.
Aywa. So I'm căng dầm trong riêng trong cái đồ bách ở dưới cái đồ của gia từng gì. Nó cho mình nhóc nó điên phản cho dòng lấy yang cái gì bên giờ là cái phản cho con nó yang cái gì bên nó ra mình cái cái này वो बोल तो bên cái wall load boy của ra phản cho cancel nói lên bên long when civility cái nó phụ giáo job trong dưới cái như thế nào phải có sự tin trong đấy gì. So my name is Philip Chormanyok, originally from Jonglei State, South Sudan, and I'm now residing in the United States of America. My education background is in political science. I have bachelor in political science, a master in international relations and conflict resolutions, and a PhD in conflict analysis and resolution. So I graduated in 2017 from Nova Southeastern University. My area of specialty is cattle rustling. That's where I did my dissertation on in Jonglei State between the Nuer, the Dinka, and the Murle. That was the topic of my research. It's available on ProQuest as well as on Google. Like public is free, so anybody that wanted, you don't have to pay no dime. That was my goal, to make it, knowledge has to be made public. As far as why I'm here on this show, it was me yesterday when I was watching the unfolding events in Afghanistan. It brought to me a sense of reflections, and I inboxed Bill Luke and say, hey, can we discuss this topic if you have time? And to his grace and to his speedy, quick thinking, he said, okay, I will host you on our shows on our network, the network. So I have never been on your show before. This is my first time. For the viewers that are listening or watching, I am a free thinker. I don't have an agenda as far as anything regarding Afghanistan, anything about South Sudan, but mine is just expression of ideas, share ideas with each other. So we'll throw back Bill Look and maybe introduce us to how the discussion will unfold. And I will make it quick because I was really struggling with my connection. I tried 2 cell phones, none of them work. So I end up on my laptop, and thank God that it's now working. So it's getting late, so I will not take much time, but we'll go into discussion. I understood that there are 3 topics. The time permit, we can touch all the areas because they are all interrelated in my understanding. The issue of Afghanistan, the issue of IO, and the issue of administrative areas that were mentioned earlier are interconnected in one way or the other. So I will give a chance back to Bill and let's into our discussion. I appreciate the host and the fellows on the show. Hopefully we'll have a productive discussion that people who have not come here and who may watch it later will find it interesting and informative, because events that are happening in other part of the world are not really isolated, but it can inform us on how to address our own issues to a point that we don't have to go to where Afghan Afghanistan is going through, because we all know how we are talking in social media and all those kind of stuff. So we'll go into it as we discuss. So thank you, and it goes back to you, David.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Philip Toramanyok, for the wonderful introduction. I believe the audience have known you today as per your introduction, and welcome to Jing Fadang once again for the first time. Before we proceed, I would like to let the audience and the fellow panelists on the platform studio tonight that Dr. Philip Toramanyok is the person I have been interacting with him for a very long time. I know him personally, and I know where he lives. But the reason why I allowed him to introduce himself is because I didn't know exactly in detail his professional career in which he has actually acquired the doctorate degree. But I have come to learn in detail today about his professional career. So thank you very much, Dr. Philip. It is a pleasure and honor to have you on Jiang Fadang Media for the very first time. Although we have been interacting on other platforms like Legacy Media and personal account. So it is a pleasure and honor to have you. Dr. Philip, we would like to proceed to the topic. And the first topic that I would like to share with you is the topic of Afghanistan. This is a very interesting topic. It is being watched all over the world as the downfall or the collapse of Afghanistan has actually caught the whole world by surprise. It is very stunning, shocking event that is unfolding right in our watch, as we can see on the TV screen all across the world. This is very, very unfortunate event. It shouldn't have happened that way. So, Dr. Philip, I would like to pose the question to you. What happened exactly? Why did the United States administration under Joe Biden withdraw the United States forces with a Hasty, when in fact the withdrawal of the U.S. forces was supposed to take place in September, in the first week of September, prior to the celebration of the 20th anniversary of the 9/11. That is what we were actually expecting. What happened all of a sudden that the United States just went ahead and withdrew with Hasty, which actually resulted in an abrupt or sudden occupation of the capital city of Afghanistan by the Taliban Caliphate. What went wrong? Was this something to do with the intelligence, or was this just something made out of rush from nowhere?
It's really hard to imagine what happened, but it is a built-up systemic, both in terms of intelligence and in terms of international infrastructure. The U.S., let's go back first to 2001. When the United States went into Afghanistan, the goal was to find Osama bin Laden.
Absolutely.
And the way the policy was defined then was Taliban was the host of Osama bin Laden. So they went in and overthrew the Taliban. However, what happened is the Taliban was not overthrown. Most people would agree that the Taliban strategically retreat because they cannot confront the United States in a battlefield. So that's why it was so easy for the United States and the allies to overrun Afghanistan. They overrun it because the Taliban retreat into the mountains. It's not the first time. It happened during the Soviet Union. It had happened during Alexander the Great. That part of the world is one of the most difficult terrain for any military. It has defeated the Soviet Union, and now it has defeated the United States. So point number one, the Taliban retreat. The Taliban was not defeated in 2001. Then the US, for the first 20 years, almost 20 years, have not been fighting the Taliban because they know fighting the Taliban is costly. So while the US is playing the PR in the social media and the news about how the Taliban was defeated, it wasn't exactly the case because they were not going after the Taliban. The Taliban were reorganizing in the mountains, in the villages. We all hear about Bagram Airfield or Air Force, any other installation where the United States were based. But there have been no chasing of the Taliban into the mountain areas. So the Taliban have been reorganizing themselves, rearming themselves all this time. And none has been said by the US about how the Taliban was reorganizing itself. And then comes the intelligence factor. Because of the terrain, the US itself has no ways of infiltrating into the mountain in terms of human intelligence. So most of the intelligence that have been gathered for the past few years is based on drones and few infiltrations in major towns like Kandahar and other major towns. But deep in the mountain where the Taliban was based, there was limited intelligence gathering about the strength of the Taliban, about the acquisitions of and the procurement of the weapons. Then forward to the last 5 years, the first administration, the Trump administration, made a deal with the Taliban. And that has created an obstacle for any other government that came under Trump. Because the agreement between the Taliban and the US government under Trump was, we are going to withdraw in May of this year. So there was already an agreement before Joe Biden took over as the president. That agreement had the allies, the British and German, who were part of the US coalition, sign on to. So there were already preparations for the United States to withdraw in last May. However, when Joe Biden came into the office, he reassessed whether the US was going to withdraw in May or to extend and renegotiate the term of withdrawal. Well, Taliban was already in a position to see the United States and allies go. And given that they had a formal agreement with the former administration, the Trump administration, about the pending departure of the US troops and the allies, Joe Biden was in a tough situation because US had already agreed formally with the Taliban that they are going to meet in May. Taliban was not going to renegotiate the term of the US departure from Afghanistan. So what had been happening is there had been agreement between the US government and government in Kabul to at least stay until September. At the same time, because the US policy has been the policy of not negotiating with the terrorists, because Taliban was still and is still considered by the US as a terrorist organization. So US was not directly involved in the communication between the Taliban and the Afghanistan government. The Afghanistan government was talking to the Taliban And what was said by the Taliban to the government in Kabul was passed to the US by the Kabul government. So US has agreed to depart in May. The Taliban are saying we are in a position to see the US and allies go as soon as they can. Now, Joe Biden, intelligence, CIA, all the intelligence, there has been a malfunction, which is over because intelligence is a human element. There could be a failure in the intelligence gathering that had happened, but all in all, Biden did not see it coming. If you have listened to what he said in the last 2 to 3 weeks, he said there's going to be no way that what had happened in Saigon, in Vietnam, in which the US withdrew under heavy threat of fire from the BICOM. He said it was not going to happen because that's what his intelligence led him to believe. And when they withdrew the troops from Bagram airfield, that gave the Taliban an indication that US is not in a position to confront the Taliban. Compounding the matter itself was the fact that the Taliban took over Kandahar, and there was no reaction from the US government. In terms of rhetoric, in terms of supporting the Afghanistan military. So very much a green light for the Taliban to say, okay, we have the moral will, knowingly that the United States government is not going to push us back. The other point is the Afghanistan military capability and training. Most of the people that are that were trained in Afghanistan military, first of all, the Taliban and Afghanistan don't have really a favorable rating of the United States government. They prepare to see the foreign government lead. So the training did not happen exactly the way it should have been done. The morale itself was diminished by the fact that the president of Afghanistan itself did not even give any support to the troops that he is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. It did not happen. So if the commander-in-chief is not providing any moral support, any air power, the military personnel very much dissipated and went into the population, into civil population. Because if the president decided that he was going to leave the country and did not even call any kind of military chain of command to fight the Taliban, look at what he said. He said, the Taliban won by the sword, but they did not win by moral support from the people. Well, if the military, which is according to the best estimate was 350,000 trained Afghan military personnel, 350,000 people and they decided just to vanish into a civic population. What would you think?
That's a lot of forces. I think they can even triple the forces of Taliban Caliphate.
Yeah,
we don't know exactly what was the exact figure of the Taliban. But imagine 300,000 as a national troop can be able to defend. Even if the commander-in-chief fled, there should be some commanders who should be patriotic to defend the country. Unfortunately,
yes.
What happened?
But then, this is what happened. He said, as you enter, this is the president of Afghanistan talking. As you enter, he's talking to the Taliban as if he's welcoming his guests. As you are entering Kabul, you have the moral responsibility to either to protect the sovereignty, the dignity of the Afghanistan and its people. Well, the president has surrendered to the Taliban, and so was the military. So moral support is always a factor in war. As somebody called Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu is a Chinese philosopher. He said that war is either won by winning the moral support of your enemies to your side. So what the Taliban did was they very much portrayed the Afghanistan government as equal to the United States and the Allies. So any regular Afghanistan person would understand, okay, US and Afghanistan government are not working in our interest. So they chose to see that they want to regain their sovereignty. Afghanistan Taliban has done a lot of PR within the local population. They provide social services. So any person that provides social services to the poor people in the village, they are going to look highly to that person instead of some government in Kabul or some foreign US troops that are not providing medical, schools, water, or food for peasants. So they provide social programs which actually most people in Afghanistan see as more important than continuing supporting the US led government in Kabul. So the bottom line is failure of intelligence is a major factor. The tiring population in Afghanistan are tired of US presence in their country. So whatever it takes to push out the US and allies was more important to some people in Afghanistan. Because nobody in the world would want to see a foreign invader in their country. Because the intention that they went into was not in the interest of Afghanistan people. By far, the only people that were disadvantaged during the Taliban in Afghanistan were women. But most of the people, most of the population in Afghanistan had a basic necessities under the Taliban government. So now, during this time, the Taliban have been pushing some PR information, which I had to mention one thing. They have mentioned all this time that they are not going to be the same Taliban that was oppressing women. So to some people, it feels more appealing to them that, okay, there is a transformation. So maybe the Taliban that used to mistreat women will allow women to go to school, to work in the bank, do other works that are done in civilized society. At the same time, maintain order within the boundaries of Afghanistan. So it's really difficult. But what Joe Biden has done is going to harm him for the most part of his presidency, because instead of withdrawing the 10,000 troops that were left, or was the 5,000, I believe, from Afghanistan, he should have let those troops stay and completely withdraw the embassy personnel, the Afghanistan people that have been helping them, translators, journalists that have been working with them for the past 20 something years. Now they have created a moral dilemma, a moral challenge, leave alone political failure, because they have moral responsibility for the people that have been helping them, translators, contractors that have been working with them all this time. It's estimated that there were about 18,000 people that were helping the U.S. alone. As far as what has happened, there's likely about maybe 2,000 to 3,000 that have left with the help of the U.S. So roughly about 10,000 or more than that Afghans are going to be at risk, and they have given everything to help the U.S. So are they going to be executed by the Taliban? It remains to be seen. But that's going to be on Joe Biden's watch. It's going to be responsibility. What happened to those people is his responsibility. If they get, found by the Taliban, who knows what they will do. And why is it important that people should not just go in and withdraw without a plan? Now, what was the plan for Joe Biden? What was the plan? Because they very much say we are going to withdraw. There was no plan. If you look at what you have seen or what you have played earlier, that C-130 being swarmed by very much anybody that want to get out, that's completely military and intelligence failure. And that is almost how much billion of dollars that is spent on that aircraft. It could have just vanished at the airport. And who knows how many people maybe run some people down. We will never know, because people were on the wheels and running on the tarmac roads. So now, what do we learn from? Because I will make a shot, and then I will throw it back to you. The lesson that we learn from it is there's difference between winning a war and winning peace. The Americans have won the war, but they lost the peace.
Militarily, say militarily.
They lost. They won the military war, but they lost.
But they lost more
in terms of the moral warfare. Because now this is the second Vietnam, and it's going to harm them, and they're going to be investigated. You know how the U.S. government is divided nowadays. So, watch out for the few weeks coming. There's going to be investigation as to what happened. So, in any country, whether it's Afghanistan or any country, if you don't have a plan to win moral war, it's better to think before invading. Because anybody can invade any country, but will you win people heart? Will you win their support to make your goal or your military operation goals achieved? yes, we got rid of some of the islands. But in the process, we have lost 4,000 of our brave soldiers. And not to mention trillions of dollars that we have lost in the process. And then now we are living Afghanistan with our tail tied behind us. We are in shame. So we lost life, we lost resources, then we lost
and we spent billion of dollars, if not trillion dollars.
Yeah, and we lost moral our moral standing in the world. You know, we are very much running away. You know, like running away.
That's why
from
it's a shame.
It is shameful. It's really shame. But you know, it should be also a message to fellow South Sudanese that always call for the regime change, because that's what happens when you invite a foreigner. They will come and wreck your country, and then when they leave, everything remain the way it was, whatever time they enter. The best is and work with the local people. You know, look what happened in Rwanda. I will end with this comparison. Look what happened in Rwanda. Rwanda was the worst case scenario for many people. When it happened, when the genocide happened, the French were the only accused people that were, you know, accused to be behind the instigation of what happened. But then, when Kofi Annan was in charge of the UN mission, they did not get the mandate they wanted from the United Nations to operate in Rwanda. So what did the Rwandans do? They, irrespective of the horrible situation that the war, the fighting that happened between the Hutus and the Tutsis, they coalesced. I recognize that war doesn't benefit anybody. And they build their own grassroots peace. They build it Rwanda style. And to their local language, they call it Gachacha. And put it forward 27 years as of now, Rwanda is a different place. But if it was a mission that was led by an international community, Rwanda would have been similar to Somalia, because the Rwandan would have not recognized how bad the situation, how bad the war is. It's when you self-consciously understand that what had happened between you or within you as the people of that country, that's where you realize, oh, we need to think different. We need to work different. The Rwandans have done it. And even the South Sudanese have done it. Because the peace that is happening in South Sudan, if it was the US without the IGAD, the negotiation, it would have involved military operation if there was no IGAD. Because they were coming to that point, you know, when they were pressing ground, you know, in DC and other corners, they were pushing him. But Garang was hesitant. But because IGAD took over, so it was locally. And that's why they managed, you know, to grow it, a local process that ended up resulting into mutual understanding between the parties. So, in conclusion, lesson learned is we should always think of the moral aspect of war, whether we'll be able to achieve moral success, because that's where you gain people trust. The Taliban has, you know, the people in Afghanistan trust Taliban more than the US. And that's why the military very much dissolved. They want to be part of the Taliban, basically. Because if they don't want to be part of the Taliban, they would have resisted. But they knew that if they resist, anybody that will be found resisting the Taliban, and they know U.S. is leading, so who is going to protect them? So it was partly true because of the personal, choice, because you want to consider yourself, your own life, your family. If you are found to be resisting the coming of Taliban into Kabul, they probably will go after your family, your own life. So, and I'm very sure with the U.S. living history the way it is, I'm very sure every person among the 350,000 military personnel had that thought. Nobody wants to be found resisting. What they know is imminent. It's going to happen. So they choose dissolve with hope that they will become part of the government. So U.S. have made a choice. It's a clear cut. So moral responsibility, moral choice, moral warfare, and military warfare are different things in any war at all.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Philip Toromanyok, for the wonderful analysis and contribution you have brought to the Jiang media at this particular program. We have learned a lot from your expertise and how you have actually explained everything explicitly according to the overall perspective of what is unfolding in Afghanistan as we speak. This is very, very unfortunate. But according to the domestic public opinion of the citizen of the United States, it's very clear that the policy to withdraw from Afghanistan was something that was agreed upon by the people of the United States because they came to realize that there's no point whatsoever to continue to remain in Afghanistan or to continue to fight in Afghanistan. This is actually to save life of the military personnel of the United States and also to save $1 billion that is always spent every year in Afghanistan. So this decision of withdrawal from Afghanistan was made out of the public opinion of the United States citizens. All of us who are on this platform, we are American citizens. As I know so far, you are a Sudanese American. Brother Isaac is a Sudanese American. I'm a Sudanese American, like Dol Arjun, and the rest of the other guests that just left. So this is something that is not surprising to us. So it was our expectation. It is something that was made by the government, as you put it very clearly, that the idea or the policy or the initiative to withdraw from Afghanistan was from the previous administration of Donald Trump. And then it was handed over to the administration of Joe Biden. And then Joe Biden extended the period of withdrawal to be September. September was going to be the deadline, the 1st of September. Unfortunately, what happened with the hasty withdrawal is something that surprised all of us, because we have not seen the orderly withdrawal of the forces. We have not seen the orderly evacuation of the embassies prior to the withdrawal of the U.S. troops. Then it all happened all of a sudden, as you have seen in the video I played earlier, or all of us are watching it all over the world on the TV screen. This is very shocking and embarrassing. The reason why it is embarrassing and shocking to all of us is because the withdrawal was not orderly. That is where Joe Biden gets blamed. And that's why all of us are wondering whether this was the failure of the government intelligence or whether this is the failure of the Afghanistan government. Because commander-in-chief cannot actually fled the country and left the armed force, a well-trained professional armed force of the Afghanistan people, 3,000 strong forces. well equipped with modern military tech. This is very unfortunate, ladies and gentlemen. That's why you should understand that you should not blame United States of America, because the assumption was that the Afghanistan government was going to stand up against the Taliban, because Taliban are less than that. We do not expect Taliban to overrun 300,000 trained soldiers with all the modern weapons. So can you imagine that? Is it something to blame United States? That's why the United States actually withdrew from the Bagram airport, knowing that the Afghanistan forces is going to take over, and then they can actually pen up any attack from Afghanistan. I mean, from Taliban. So we don't know exactly what happened. So Afghanistan people should understand that they have the moral obligation, they have the military obligation and responsibility to make sure they defend their sovereignty against any invader.
Really, let me
something that shouldn't be blamed on the United States. So I just want to make this very clear, because I have seen a lot of people on social media are blaming United States. Yes, but where we disagree, what we see as an embarrassment here, Dr. Philip, is the fact that the way the withdrawal was done, that is embarrassing. And that's where we blame our administration of the United States. Otherwise, the United States is in solidarity. They were for the withdrawal of the United States troops because they want to save their money, because they spend too much $1 billion. All of us, we are taxpayers. So we want to save our money so that we can use it for domestic use. And this is where the failure comes in, the withdrawal. The manner in which the withdrawal was done, that's where the blame is put on the administration of Joe Biden.
Billy, the Hasty withdrawal was triggered, as you said, by the Kabul government. U.S. has no idea that the Afghanistan military was going to stand down. So their plan was until September.
Yes, but when it surprised us, then what happened? What happened?
Because the Afghanistan military has very much collapsed, something that the U.S. did not know it was going to happen. Starting from the top.
No. I just want to add, all right?
Okay.
Dr.
Isaac, do you want to put something in there? Well,
yes, man.
What are you saying? No. What are you objecting?
No, I'm not objecting it that way, but I'm just hearing something. We getting out the really what is going on now. So I just had to throw some in there. My respect to Dr. Philip, Billy, thank you. I want to add a little bit there, Jamana. We gotta understand it, Jamana. Sudanese, we have to open our eye. What is going on in America? America is a world power. You cannot defeat these people.
Give me a minute. Let me address someone here. Bibiana, I know you are attempting to join us ever since the beginning of the show. Unfortunately, your devices is not connected. That means you need to go and go to the setting, go and press microphone. Go and press microphone. And then your device will be able to connect you. Otherwise, there is a security setting there. It is on every device, but it is up to you to go to the setting and then go and click microphone. Then turn it on. It will allow you. That's why I cannot actually bring you in. Your camera is not opening up because of that. So go to your device and do the setting. Thank you. Go ahead, Isaac.
Yeah. Like I said, this is a world power. Okay. We're in a good hand, but it's not a good hand for us, especially as Black person. United States is you gotta be scared in this country. I'm not gonna lie to you. You're not free as a human in the United States. You're not free. Okay. What happened to our people? Okay. you guys know already back in the days when they went in there, they was chasing Osama bin Laden, and they're bringing all this news, you know. So the winner got Osama bin Laden. That was Obama. He got him. Okay. After that, they didn't really care about the country. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. They didn't care.
Yeah,
The only
because that
thing,
was the mission. So the mission was
yeah,
accomplished.
yes, after the final
Even
mission,
even though President Bush declared mission accomplished, it was
yes, they was happy,
President
big,
Obama who actually accomplished the mission by killing
yeah.
Osama bin Laden.
We were back in the days. We in high school, especially high school. I mean, college kids. We were jumping upside down. We had a party for almost 3 days because of that. Osama bin Laden gone. Remember that time? I'm serious. We remember that time. The real things is going on with the country is opium. Opium was the most important things in that country. See what I mean? So 20 years of Americans, somebody getting paid. Somebody collect all this 20 years money. Trillions of dollars disappeared. Okay? Disappeared. Right? This thing is so funny. My people, if you go back and you watch the military of the United States, weapons.
You mean billion of dollars disappear?
Or rather, even Russia.
What do you mean?
This it's not just disappear. What do you mean? What I mean, this is
I just want to be clear because I don't know that did it disappear from the United States government or from the Afghanistan government? Just to be
no, from United States, our tax money, like you said earlier, it's going there. Okay, and then you got opium, the drugs.
Opium,
okay?
Yeah, opium was
is the drug.
That used to be one of the sources where the Taliban used to get tax. So, but they destroyed. United States destroyed after they captured.
No. You didn't get the point yet. No, that wasn't the mission. It's not the mission to go destroy it. The mission to go to build more.
I know, but after they liberated the country from the Taliban, the opium was destroyed because it is considered a drug, illegal drug that shouldn't be consumed.
That's in our eyes. That's what the money is. Why I'm gonna go destroy something? I'm gonna make money of. Can I just think about this? This is all in the hospital here. That's what they use. Come on, man. I'm not gonna go destroy that. 75% of opium is in the United States now in the world.
So are you saying that the opium was actually being harvested and imported to the United States?
Yes, this is what they want to do. Taliban, they don't want this.
Are you confident that American military were importing it to the United States?
American took enough, bro. They took enough.
Okay.
Now, let me tell you this. This is enough.
And that is illegal.
You're not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it, but I'm gonna tell the truth because my young people telling me that. What do you call it? Data. When you go Google, there's something called data because that's what if you want to know about it, go there, Google it, and then put data in there. So you're gonna get some result. After that, you look for what you want to look for, you find it there. Okay? So Yahweh, we've been set up really good in this country. We're not free anymore. Because Janabtak Asira go to New York. Janabtak is not gonna go to school without by scheme. You have to get shot. All right? Janabtak, you cannot go eat in the restaurant with you guys. All of you guys gotta get shot. That's controlling humans is working now. This is a world war power coming for us. All of us, we gotta wake up. This is not a joke. You guys taking like a joke right now. Go back, read your Bible. Revolution is happening. It's coming in front of us. So this is I just want to add that a little bit up in there because I see the man is what happened to him?
I can believe you, brother Isaac, because we are talking at America right now, and maybe a lot of people may not understand, but we all know exactly what you are talking about.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
So where's
that is why most of us were actually fearing about the conspiracy behind the COVID-19 vaccine. It is the result of what you just said, because everybody is conscious and sensitive to what is going around us, because the world of today is about biological. It could be a chemical, it could be a nuclear warfare. All these things are around us, and it is being done in a silent way. People who have not gone to school do not understand.
No, they don't.
We are technically aware of it.
Yeah, it's
but
not.
Sometimes we keep something confidential about it.
Yeah, it's not. Sometimes I see that is about when you have your phone. This is how I look at it. When you have your phone, you have everything here. Okay, just even the Bible, the stuff for Bible, you want to figure it out in the phone. The only thing that's not in here is Holy Spirit. Okay, but everything else you want to Google. You don't have to go to school now. It just something came in your mind. You want to Google it. You Google it. You figure out what is going on, and you go search about it. Figure it out if that's the right thing or not. And if you see something wrong, you gotta come and tell the people. This is what it is. So then I say, Yamana, we are in the shape, bad shape. We are in. We have to wake up and think. Well, what's going on? We have to think about it. They just kill these people for no reason. Right now, they give them the power. You know, you killing people now. You're killing people. You cannot have over 2-3 million people, citizens, my brother. I said we don't even know what's happening to them right now. We just sitting here talking. See what I mean? So we hurting. I don't know, man. We think we're free in the United States, but we're not free anymore. We're not free anymore. Everybody here is being controlled, and even I'm just feeling sorry for those military that came and almost they want to cry because they left the rest back. That's a lot of respect for them. See.
All right. Thank you, Comrade Isaac. We are going to move on very quickly because I have to work tomorrow in the morning, and I have been on this show for almost 2 hours now. So I would like to welcome you back, Dr. Philip, so you can come and conclude on the other topic, and then we move on. Otherwise, you have said everything comprehensively. And I wish this was weekend. Actually, we should actually prolong it because a lot of people have interest to come and join and participate in it. So welcome back, Dr. Philip.
Thank you.
You can summarize this topic, and then we move to the topic. If you want to add something, it's up to you. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna move on because we have 2 topics to discuss, and
correct.
It's better to take these 3 topics than dwellings on the summary. So
hello, Vivian, welcome. Now you made it.
It's better to take these 3 topics than
can you hear us?
dwellings on the summary. So
oh, she's actually playing something on phone.
Hi. Sorry, I can't hear you properly. Yeah.
It's okay. Mute yourself. Yeah, I stand by and let Dr. Philip go ahead.
No.
Yeah.
You want to jump in real quick or what? Vivian. Okay, go ahead, Philip.
ممكن دكتور يستمر أنا ما بعرف.
Yeah,
نكلم.
Go ahead, Philip. Yeah.
All right.
So أنا عشان the problem is ممكن دكتور يستمر أنا ما بعرف. I'm so sorry. I can only hear you on this phone. I can't hear you on the one I'm on.
Oh, really? Mind the gadget is. It's a mom, Afi. You can put it on.
I'm so sorry. I can only hear you on this phone. I can't hear you on the one I'm on.
Oh, really? You are using the other second device. It's like echoing.
Okay, yes. Good idea. Should have put it back.
Yes, use that one. Use that one.
Yeah, so.
Now it'll work better now.
Okay, can you hear me now? I can hear you, but I'm gonna film here and talk here.
It's
If you don't
okay.
mind.
It's okay. Whatever is convenient for you. So I was wondering, Sister Vivian, if you kind like you in a hurry, or should I let Dr.
Al-Mahim,
go ahead
so
and finish this? Dr. Philip, go ahead, please.
Let her add in some opinion,
okay.
and then I will summarize at the same time.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for that opportunity you have given her. Sister Bibiana, can you hear us?
Billy Lou, can you hear me?
Yes, I do. I do hear you. I hear you.
It's unfortunate. I believe I have been hacked, or what it is, I really don't understand.
Nobody hack you. I can see you are using two devices, aren't you?
It is quite frozen.
You are using two devices. You are listening to, you are watching us on the other device that is on your left, and you are on the screen with the other device. Which one? You cannot use two devices at once. They are going to cause echo. Are you reading comment? I think
yes.
Yes. I want you to turn up that device.
Yes, I am, because I cannot.
Turn up the other device, yeah, and then the device that you have.
Yes, but yeah, because I have no choice. No, Billy, I don't have a choice. Okay, so what do you want me to do? I have no choice. No, I'm trying to speak to you because I cannot hear you here. I can't hear you at all.
Okay, now it is your chance. You can go ahead and talk. You understand the topic, right? The first
I'll
topic
turn
is
it
about
off.
Afghanistan.
Yes.
The second topic is about the split in the SPLM-IO. And the second one is about the administrative area, because the SPLM-IO is claiming why they were not being considered in the power sharing of the administrative area. So these are the three major topics. So I would give you the chance. Go ahead and give out the overall opinion about this topic.
This is ridiculous.
And we will listen to you. Go ahead. Sorry, Dr. Philip, we can. Thank you for your patience. Okay, unfortunately, she left.
She might come back again.
Yeah, I think she's having a problem with that. So go ahead, Dr. Philip.
So while we are waiting her, my summary is that war is really very challenging. There's no way of knowing that you will win it. Even though you go in and won an initial war, the more you stay, the more people become impatient with you. It would have been nice for the United States when they went in and achieved their goals in 2001. They should have invested in reconstruction of Afghanistan. However, that did not happen. The only area that they reconstruct was the so-called green zone, where they have all their embassies. And all the town that they destroyed during the bombardment in 2001 to 2002, there was no development. So there was nothing that the local population can see as a sign of progress that have been brought by the replacement of the Taliban. Instead, most of the things that were built during the Taliban were destroyed, and there was no displacement. That is always something that has to be factored in when people are planning a war. Are you going to make people better off than you found them? If you are able to give people an opportunity to develop, build schools, hospitals, then population might change their mind and support
It's
your goal.
unfortunate. It's not working again, so I'd have to exit and I'll continue watching the show. If you can hear me, I'll join you next time. Thank you very much. Bye.
Are you there, Billy? Billy? Did you mute yourself?
I did mute myself. Sorry, I thought I was
okay.
on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
go ahead. I was trying to talk to her, but she just left. Yeah.
So
I heard what she said.
U.S. did not have something that will attract the local population. That always a major part of winning people to your side. That's the moral and the peace that I was talking earlier. If people see themselves to be better off than what was taken away from them, then there will be a chance that they will support you. You know, a war is a change. Change can be bad and it can be good. If people don't see change as a rewarding to them, then that's exactly what happened. Afghanistan was in a worse shape under the US-led coalition, and that did not help them. It created more resentment. It created more enemies. And then they did not even invest in what is called peace education. You have to deconstruct the mind of the Afghanistan people that has been, built, that has been ingrained into their brain that US is an enemy. They did not invest in school for a shelter. A child that was born in 2201 is 20 years by now. If the Taliban were the one still educating that child, what ideology will that child subscribe to? It's an ideology of hatred toward the United States and the Western world. So had the United States invested in education, it would have changed the attitude of the people, and the young people would have been more receptive of the United States. But that's not the case, because the 350,000 military personnel that I was saying earlier very much are the children that were born in 2000. So they did not have a chance to learn about what good come out of the United States. Instead, it's the Taliban that indoctrinated them. So, Lord behold, we might be in a position again if it was happening in Afghanistan. Then people will be forced back to intervene again on a humanitarian ground. The same United States will be forced to intervene again in Afghanistan on humanitarian ground. So, in conclusion, it's bad as it is. The US government, as you said, has no choice. The president executes the policy designed by the Congress. If the Congress is not authorizing money to fund more troops in Afghanistan, the president has no choice except to withdraw. The US population grew and weary of war. 20 years, that's the longest war by far that the US has been engaged in. So there's no moral support among the local people in the United States to support the war. Congress has no appetite to authorize more money. We are bankrupt anyway. So we are not even funding schools and roads, so leave alone some war in the Eastern world, of which we don't really have an overall interest. And finally, Afghanistan is becoming less and less geopolitical interest to the United States. Because anytime they go in there, they left and create more enemies. When we went in, when the United States went in 1980 fighting the Soviet Union, it was the same Mujahideen, Osama bin Laden, that the United States helped.
They were fighting alongside the Afghan against the Soviet Union.
Yes.
In 1980.
The US helped train them.
Yeah.
Then when they left.
That's why they have the Rambo movie.
Yeah.
Most of you know that.
So the US helped train them. And then 20 years later, it became the US enemy. So now, the same history has repeated itself. The Taliban, we went in, we kicked the Taliban out. We trained 300,000 people. That 300,000 people have been trained by the United States. And now they're joining the Taliban. So think about the implications of what these people will do when they join the ranks and file of the Taliban. 300 and something thousand personnel. They will join the Taliban government. They have the US best training in terms of military intelligence. And they're joining the Taliban. So have we not created another problem that we have to deal with in the next 10 years? I'm very sure we have. The same Taliban is going to gain strength and we'll be very much going back another round of war with the Taliban. If it's not in Afghanistan, it's going to be in Iran or in Syria, where they will have proxies.
Sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Philip. It appears that some analysts put it that United States do not have the geopolitical interest in Afghanistan. Is that true or not?
Well, to begin with, their interest was Osama bin Laden.
Yes, that was the only mission, and that mission is already accomplished long time ago.
Once that mission is achieved, then they do not have any more interest in the area because Afghanistan is not a nuclear arms nation. It's sitting between the two nuclearized countries, the Pakistan and India. Pakistan is the U.S. geopolitical interest. Anytime.
Pakistan, okay, and India.
Pakistan.
But not Afghanistan.
Not Afghanistan, because.
But the politics of geopolitical interest has something to do with the strategic aligning the forces around the world for some strategic military interest or whatever that is. It could be economic, it could be military.
Yeah.
So,
but the thing with Afghanistan is they had a spirit of 1980 when they wanted to be a geopolitical interest of the United States. It did not become one. Instead, it became a breeding ground for the Taliban, for the terrorists.
Or terrorists, something.
So anytime the U.S. tried to grow any kind of relationship with Afghanistan, it don't work out. And then they don't want to also aggress to push Pakistan to the limit. So Pakistan is holding its strength. Even there are some people, analysts, that believe the speed at which the Taliban is pushing out the United States is happening because of Pakistan help. Because Pakistan doesn't want the U.S. government to have a foothold on their backyard. So,
but I thought, according to analysis I have heard on the CNN today or yesterday, that Pakistan used Afghanistan as a breeding ground for creating Al-Qaeda group or any terrorist group that can destabilize that country, so they can use it to loot the United States of the resources. This is what is being presented by some analysts on the television.
It could be, because anytime Pakistan is asking the US for military aid, they are asking it on the pretext that they are helping the United States to stabilize Afghanistan. But if you go to the area of Swat Valley, the area that's known as Swat Valley,
yeah,
the operation down there is very much Afghanistan Taliban and Pakistani militia very much collaborating, because that area, the Pakistani government has no control over it. The Afghanistan have no control over it. So whoever control that area can very much, use it as a bargaining chip. But what my understanding is, Pakistani doesn't want the United States to have a strong foothold in Afghanistan. And the best way to do it is to provide any necessary help that will destabilize Afghanistan. If Afghanistan is in instability, then the UN will not have a way of creating more stronghold in that area. And then Pakistan would come to the US and say, okay,
but should United States of America not be concerned about the influence, the economic influence of Chinese? Because I have seen there is a proposal of the so-called Silka Highway, or how do they call it? The Chinese have this big dream, economic dream, to build a highway that can come all the way from China to pass through Kabul, and then to connect so that they can actually link it to Iran. And then if they link it to Iran, they can be able to reach the Middle East. And that way they can also be able to connect it to Africa. So this big dream is actually a threat to United States as #1 world economy. So that should make Afghanistan as one of the geopolitical interests. So why doesn't America look at this from economic perspective, strategically?
Well, it's not the Americans to decide where the Chinese will build the road. It's the Chinese and the people that need the road. So if the Afghanistan people want to work with the Chinese, then they will extend their hands and say, okay, build the road through our country. US will have no choice, but if they want to side with Afghanistan, then release the money, give them the money. But where will the US get the money? Because US is already in trillions of dollars in debt. So the Chinese have an upper hand because they have the money. Their account is solvent. US is insolvent. So whoever has the money, have the power to say, okay, I will give you the roads. I will build the bridge. I will build highways. I will build schools. And you will accept it because it's something being given free. US has no money because it's bankrupt. So the Chinese.
Why are you saying they don't have money when they spend billions of dollars investing in wars? They should use that money to expand their economic influence around the world, and that is exactly what China is doing. Tomorrow, when China is going to build a highway all the way from there to Kabul and then to Iran or Tehran, and then they bring it all the way to Middle East, and then again, United States will rise up again, and they will feel envious that China is actually conquering the world. That's why they're worried about China trying to conquer Africa economically. That is why they are also in the South China Sea. And that's why there is a tension there as well. It's because of its economic zone. So
well, but the thing is, the way the U.S. government operates is on consensus. It's difficult for them.
I can agree.
It's difficult for a democracy where lawmakers have to all agree on funding a highway through Afghanistan. It's very easy for a Chinese, which is autocratic government. The president, Xi Jinping, can very much decide that, hey, I want to release $1 trillion and give it to the Chinese. And no single person will object to his offer. In US, it has to go, as you know, through the House. The public opinion has to be gauged, and whether the public will support that mission. If the public doesn't want to spend trillions of dollars on building a highway in China, then, I mean, in Afghanistan, that money is not going to be authorized, because if the Congress authorizes it, someone is going to lose an election. And you know how senators and Congress people love their job. Nobody want to lose an election. So you will do whatever the public want to do. If the public say no, you will not do it. So our expenditures, our spending, whether in foreign countries or in the United States, it ties public opinion to local institutions, the Congress and the states and other institutions, civic organizations, than the Chinese would do. Lastly, the U.S. Has never been built on a proposal or on a proposition that we want to provide free services to anybody. We are a capitalistic society that want to do stuff for ourselves. We don't want to give. We always want to keep for ourselves. So if it's something that we don't see, it's not going to benefit us.
That's why they keep qualling Democrat as socialists.
Yeah. So if it doesn't directly benefit the United States, forget about the long term, because their military is the long term. If it comes, to military confrontation, the U.S. is going to win. So long term, whether it's going to be 20 years for the Afghanistan to like the road or not, it's less interested in the United States of America.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Dr. Philip. I think we are running out of time, and we would like to give our sister Viviana.
Hi, how are you, Billy?
Thank you for being patient, my sister. It is a pleasure and honor to have you on this platform for the very first time as well. Even though we have been interacting on personal account or other platform, it is very important for you to come and contribute as well. It is up to you whether you want to contribute on the topic of Afghanistan. We have a topic of the SPLM-IO split. Maybe you can have something to say about it pertaining to the tension between the Riek Machar group and that of Withdrawal. And then the other topic is less important anyway, so let's forget it because we are running out of time. Dr. Philip, sorry for that interruption, but because you didn't have anything to say pertaining to the other topic. Otherwise, we can actually host it another day. Charlotte, tomorrow that we can come back if you can be available, because I have to go to work in the morning. So, Sister Viviana, welcome, my sister. Thank you for being patient and tolerant. You can jump in and say something that you want to put across.
Yes, thank you so much, Billy, for the invite. Thank you to your guest speakers for welcoming me and everything. So I really don't know what's going on by Mashakil Bita Junub much in terms of splitting of SPLM. قاعد نفوسهم وحاجات زي ده. أنا ما بعرف حاصل شنو. لكن all I know is دائما وعبر أننا قاعد نقول نزل غير مشاكل غير دم ما في حاجة تانية هم دايرينه. دائما وعبر لازم يكون في دم. Something that could be
correct.
حاجات لو always be civil manner, مشاكل. Why can't, I don't know, one thing I really don't understand, why can't people fight for justice, so we can have justice and بقولوا شنو حاجات زي في بلد, بدل اي زول بس ده يمشي يطلب حقوقه بمشاكل ده يعمل حاجة على كيفه. ليه why can't people fight for justice? We know justice can last longer instead of كل شهر ناس بموتوا كل سنة ناس بموتوا. I really don't understand, you know. So موضوع بتاع رياض مشاعر وناس ده قسموا معاهم ده you know مصيرهم كله موت. you know ما في حاجة جديد. you know ناس ذات تجيبوا منه خليه يموتوا داري يموت يمشي يموتوا. as long as هم يعملوا حاجاتهم ده غادي في داخل الغابة ده أحسن شيء. you know ناس ذاتهم المفروض يشجعوهم داري يمشي شاكلوا خليه يمشي شاكلوا في غابة عديل you know. So I really don't have
As
much
we
to
speak,
say.
they are fighting now. They are fighting, but we don't want to talk about it though. That is their own business.
Yes. So Anabas, I'll chip in mostly about Afghanistan. Yani this is a really yani the حاجة جد you know, like in terms of حاجة Joe Biden قالوا.
What is going on? You have just watched it on TV.
Afghanistan. ده perfect example. يعني ده حاجات لازم ناس يحطوه في perspective, you know. دائما وابدا الجنوبيين جارين لناس بيقولوا ناس امريكا. انه كل مره يعملوا كركبه جارين لناس امريكا. You know. So it's like ما دام هم ذاته بقوا يفتحوا عيونهم, you know. جو بايدن مشى كتب شنو 3 hours ago قال كده انه انتوا لو ما بتقدروا تموتوا على حقوقكم كل مره تعملوا مشاكل ودايرين نمشي نساعدوكم معناه دورنا ما فيه مساعده. You know, ده حاجة من في perspective. كسونو
نازل ما ده دافع دولة بتومن من داير ناس عنين كان يجي يموت بكلام ده شنو؟
I really can't hear you. You've went robotic.
Go ahead, Vivian. Sorry for interrupting you.
I did not hear what you've engage with me in conversation, please. You could help.
No, I was actually trying to second your point because you made a very great point by saying that why should they expect other people to come and die for their country when in fact they should be the one to take charge of their country and defend it and protect it from anyone invading them. That's what Afghanistan people should have done.
Exactly.
They have a big force of about 300 well-trained force by the American. Not just only by American, even your own country where you live right now. I know you are Australian, Sister Vivian, and your country contributed in Afghanistan. The alliances, the NATO alliance countries, all contribute in Afghanistan. You have wasted a lot of your money by sending your own troop there. The Australian troop have been in Afghanistan. The rest of the other members of the NATO, they send their troop there. So why is everything being blamed on America right now? When in fact it should be the collective responsibility. Everybody should agree, yes. But the only blame to be accused against the government of the United States is the way they have withdrawal. The manner in which they have withdrawal was hasty. That quick withdrawal or sudden withdrawal is a result in this embarrassment. That's where the blame is. Otherwise, that is something I believe should be blamed on the Afghanistan people or Afghanistan president. But the president just fled in panic. And that's why everybody's panicking. But the question is, where is the military? Have they surrendered or have they defected to the Taliban? That is a question that ought to be answered. We have not heard it yet. But all of us as human beings, we are concerned about the life of this innocent Afghanistan that have lived a decent life since the occupation of the NATO alliance or the occupation of the United States for 20 years. Now they are about to lose that privilege and right. That is why they are concerned. They are so fearful. They are so terrified of Taliban caliphate taking over the country. It's very, very unfortunate. That's why they they fear that terror in their mind. They are still suffering from psychological trauma due to the way Taliban regime used to treat their people back then. Barbarism, brutalism, cruelty, all this stuff, mistreatment. That is what comes in the mind of these people. So I think this is just a psychological warfare. But I don't think Taliban it's not strong. They have been hiding in the cave in the mountain, as Dr. Philip put it earlier. So they were very strategic not to fight America because they cannot confront America with all the air support, or air superiority and the military on the ground. They cannot handle it. So they've been hiding in the cave. Now, the Taliban wake up. Everybody's terrified. But I think Taliban pledged that they are not going to harm the citizens. It is yet to be seen, but I don't know what will actually happen. But the whole world is actually crying because they are concerned about the innocent life of these people. The right of the woman. You know how women used to be treated. So thank you. So I was just trying to give you the hint of this topic.
Yeah. حاجة تانية أنا شفت شوية كده، أنا ما أعرف ده حقيقة. طبعا ده طالبان مشوا كلموا في نص ممبرز حقهم مشوا طلعوا كلموا في السوشيال ميديا، سألوهم قالوا لهم إنه أنتوا طبيعي اللي أنتوا كان جارين بو بلد زمان ده نفس الطبيعي أنت حتمشي تحكموا بو بعد ما بريزيدنت مشى خلاكم، ده نفس الطبيعي هتستمروا تحكموا بو بلدكم ده. في ناس قالوا لا، قالوا إنه يعني قال في يعني البنات ممكن يمشوا مدارس، في حاجات قال خيروا شوية for the meantime عشان بقولوا شنو عشان they've changed their perspective in certain things compared to last time ده حاجات هم قالوا عشان يا دوب دخلوا في حكمة ما بعرفين له حقيقة ولا ما حقيقة so America عمل enough ما only he told both
20 years imagine كان ده جنوب السودان يا بيبيان we would have كان ده جنوب السودان كان أمريكا كان بيكون في جنوب السودان ده for 20 years we would have made a difference. Okay, imagine America joining our force. Do you think we cannot be able to protect our country against anyone that would want to invade it?
With the way Sudan is going,
I know. Yeah. Unity is power. Yeah. Yeah. So America, it's up to them now. They're على كيفهم. Basically, is what Joe Biden is saying. Yeah. Nothing teaches you to love yourself, your community, your country as a whole, other than an enemy بيجي من برا. So أنا ما أعرف مشكلتهم هيمشي كيف هناك، لكن ده مثل ذاته الجنوبيين لازم يشيلوا. because at the end of the day ناس دائما ما دايرين يقعدوا تحت يتونسوا بكلام براها. ناس ما دايرين مش يقعدوا تحت يتونسوا solve their issues, their differences, or obtain their rights in a civil manner instead of قال ناس دائما وأبدا دايرين يمشوا يقتلوا. To either gain the rights of other people or expecting others to kill them in order to claim their rights. ده ما حاجة كويس. يعني حاجة الضل راجل القالي قبل زول النيراوي قبل مش أكلم ده يا بيللو. أنا هستمر. ضل راجل قبل كان قال you keep on freezing. Don't I've realized one of the things he mentioned قال shared power is never, this is something uncommon, which is true. مع أي زول بطلع فيه مش في أمريكا إنه بلو وناس جرين، قال جرين في ناس أحمر وفي ناس بلو so أنت لما تمشي في حكمة أنت تمشي على perspective بتاع راسك ده تيجي البلد ده كيف بطريقة صح so لكن في ضرورة يدين يقول إنه shared power that if he's talking as a national level in terms of South Sudan as a whole, then yes, Salva Kiir لازم يجري بلد زي ما هو داير عشان هو يا president هو الحاكم البلد at the moment. لكن everybody في أي state أراضي بتاع أجدادهم، أراضي بتاع بيوتهم، أراضي بتاعك أنت ده من المفروض you should have rights, تعيش على طبيعتك, how you should choose, you should get the opportunity, you should get the rights, to rule the way you want to rule your prospective areas, حاجات زي من المفروض يحترموا. حاجات زي من المفروض president ذاته يخطوا في perspective. I remember 32 states زمانك لما كان عملوا الناس كلها عملوا كركبة هنا قالوا لا ما دايرين 32 states. هسه عملوا 10 states لسه في مشاكل. لكن the idea of بقولوش administrative areas ده it needs to be given. Some people rightfully they need this. ده ما حاجة كويس عشان سالفا كير يعني يطنش باقي ناس ويخلي ويعمل حبة حبة ما كويس كده. من المفروض ناس يدوم administrative area because everybody is threatening. ناس قاعدين في threat. اسمه منو رياك ماتشارز army ده يعملوا terror.
You know, they're terrorizing people, yeah. You know, at any point ممكن يكون في مشاكل. ناس لازم يقعدوا على حسب حياتهم. ناس دايرين issue. You know, ما ممكن يعجلونا. احنا ناس اللي دائما 24 ساعة دايرين شكل، دايرين موت، دايرين شنو؟ You know, يمشي خطوم مع ناس تاني. لا أي زول يعيش على حسب حياته، وأي زول لازم يمشي يقعد في بيت أجداده. You know, ناس نوير اللي قاعدين في داخل أكوبا ده لازم يمشي يقعدوا في بنتيو. احنا ما دايرينه. You know, Nazal, there are too much of problems. I'm sorry that I have jumped from one conversation
Vivian, I get confused now. Where do you fall right now? Are you part of Jonglei or are you part of Ibor administrative area? Currently,
I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure. You know, all I know is Akobo, my grandparents' home. You know,
I know you are
occupied by Nuer people.
Then you are part of Jonglei state now. And Dr. Phillips is
yes. So Jonglei.
Yeah. Intum Nas, you are the most peaceful people. Everybody's complaining to you, Sudan, but you don't care about what people are saying.
No, because if you look at the people who are amongst us, you wouldn't be complaining yourself. Then as they react to Nas, they want to kill or be killed. This is people terrorists. You know, Nas mustahiddin lemot ala fadi.
When I start my social media activism, I start addressing the main issues that affect the Upper Nile regional tribe. It is the issue of territorial dispute, the issue of cattle rustling, the issue of ethnic killing, the issue of children abduction, the issue of what else did I mention? Oh, the issue of cattle rustling. Yeah. So these major issues are the reason why the tribe of Greater Upper Nile region do not get along. And I know you are a part of it. You are a part of people who are affected by your own neighbors because of territorial dispute. Some people grab your land, they occupy it. These issues, until they are addressed, we cannot get along. But some people are not willing, so that we can come together and convene our own general assembly or convention where we can come together as the tribe of Greater Upper Nile. That's when we will be able to get along, understand each other, and then that's when we can be able to support our respective politicians. Otherwise, you don't expect any politician from the other tribe to get support from the other constituencies unless these issues are addressed. So I understand where you're coming from and your concern as you initially introduced yourself earlier, concern about the issue of justice or social justice. So this is one of the problems. I know Akobo is for Anuak, but it's already been occupied, you know. So this thing will be sought out. They will be sought out in the future.
Well,
inshallah, peace.
Let me get this point real quick.
Yeah, welcome.
The issue here, and I usually tell people that peace in South Sudan is contingent about understanding of people in the Upper Nile. If people in the Upper Nile coalesce among themselves, peace will come to South Sudan. Whether people will accept it or not, and I'm going to say, the success of the SPLM-IO was primarily the role that played by the Upper Nile. In the initial days of the movement, whether in terms of the people that were actually spearheading the movement, the unity that existed at the time in Upper Nile helped consolidate the South Sudan or the Sudan People Liberation Force, especially in the early years of the liberation. What became of the Upper Nile, starting in the 1991, has become the curse, and at the same time it's been exploited by other two regions to the detriment of the Upper Nile region. So, whether you are social activist in the Upper Nile, or academician or researcher, Peace
Or
will only come,
whatever status.
or a farmer or any person that lives in the Upper Nile. Our peace is upon us, depending if we want to understand ourselves, because we very much are identical people, and we don't have historical conflict. Our problems were magnified by opportunists, some people that use ethnic identity to their benefit, while the majority of the people that support them are suffering. So if you have a child, what we need to do is start teaching those kids that Newark is not your enemy. The Nuer are not your enemy. The Dinka Boer are not your enemy. The Jing of Dagir is not your enemy. Even the Murle are being used. There are people that are using it. And if people start teaching themselves that, exploitation is being done, and we are the people suffering, if we understand that we are being exploited, we can object these opportunistic politicians and tell them, hey, go back to Juba. We don't need you here in the village. Because anytime they go,
why don't Upper Nile regional politicians, maybe activists, maybe academicians, maybe researchers, maybe whatever status they are holding, why don't we have that courage to try to convene a general assembly whereby we can actually address these specific issues, grievances that have
it's twofold, Bill. Number one, there are influential people in the Upper Nile that are will and power, and they have the resources. You cannot convene a convention or symposium or any conference without having resources.
Those are the very people I'm talking about, but they do not have the audacity to try to, to confront each other and say, you know what, enough is enough. They can do it. Just like the other region are doing the same thing.
Because
they are united. Why not?
They are benefiting. Look at Lamako, look at Riek Machar, look at other people. They are benefiting from this inter-tribal war. So they are benefiting. So why should they involve? Why should they engage the population of the Upper Nile while they are benefiting from interfighting within the local people? Ebo Lynch is using his tribemen, and he's benefiting from the oil or from whatever loot he got. Why would he be interested? Why would Pagan be interested, in reconciling with his own people? And he's benefiting from the rape that is happening. Why would some people be benefiting? It's an exploitation of the masses. So people have to be educated to tell these people, hey, there was a time in the last rebellion when Riek Machar tried to go back to mobilize people in Lair and area. He said, there were some old men that were saying, so there are people.
Viviana, sorry, you didn't hear what he said.
2000.
It's okay. And what he had to say?
No, I will translate it in a little bit. So
no, you can't translate it.
No, I will use it in a better way. So that when you did 91, 2013, 2016, so a lot. So what that means, Vivian, is there was people in Maryland that got fed up with the Riek Machar insurgency. It happened in 91, and because of his power greed, because of his human greed. So, and every time he came to the Nuer people to tell them it's a Dinka, it's a Dinka, it's a Dinka, and people died. So one old man very much say, why would people always die because of one person's stomach? You know, that person's stomach is not going. It's not enough for everybody. Why should I die for somebody else's stomach? You know.
I heard the allegation that this old man was killed. Is it true?
I don't know, and you know, you never know what
I heard that old man was killed, but it turned out to be a cancer.
You never know what you can.
By the way, Dr. Philip, this is a very interesting topic, and I would want you to invite you in the future when you have an available time as well as Bibian. We can come and address these main issues which are concerned upon why we do not get along. These are the fundamental grievances that most of us as a Penilian try to avoid. And I know other people from the other side, they would not like us talk about this. But this is our responsibility. This is incumbent upon us, as you put it, Dr. Philip.
Billy.
It is why. Why would somebody hate me if I want to address my own local issues in my own house? Because I have to do my house. Otherwise, it's stupid.
But Billy,
in the face of the others.
Here is the thing, though.
Who are well organized.
In the last 10 years, Greater Barkazal had 2 conventions. They had conventions. And what were they talking about is the unity of Greater Barkazal area. It's not something hidden.
They have their unity.
The Equatorial had their unity.
Yes.
So it's not a sectarianism, it's not a division if the Afanal choose to convene.
And my unity as Afanal has nothing to
do with the great. It has nothing to do with Greater Barkazal. No,
it's
a
about
way
me. Put my house in order.
Yeah, how to build an intergroup dialogue among the people.
Yes.
You know that's important, because if I don't know Vivian, this is the first time I'm meeting her. You know, if I met her and I have never met her before, I'll be afraid because I don't know what she would say. What she would say to me. If she meets me and she doesn't know me, she will say, "I don't know what Philip is going to say." So you have to know somebody to be able to coexist with that person. But if you don't know them, then you will not coexist with them. That's part of the problem. And this is one area where the war of liberation have actually helped. You know, I was in Pinyudu, and in that area, there were local and people in that area.
Yeah, majority of Anuak there.
You know, we lived with them for almost 4 years that I was
in to area of Anuak ya Vivian. Vivian no
in Poshala, we were there in 1991 until 1992 May in Poshala. You know, they are great people. You know, he's loving people. You know, we stayed there. We were children. We never had problems until Khartoum. You know, concorded some conflict, but it wasn't Anuak. It was the people from Khartoum. You know, so
yeah, even until Nuer started occupying our country, you know, causing us lack of peace. You know, you know, because it's really, really painful. You know, and the fact that you said before how Nas Gamalum sabotagation, they exploit the government Gamal exploitation, Lenas, Bateregashinu, Bastador or Nas Babadum. Communities rather than Hayat de Halugalda Hayat Bita Harib, Bamulubas de Hayat Bita Gabilikira, which is true at some point, you know, like in Afkar Bitana, Snuer Rebus, they're in Diamond Abana, the Ramal occupation, La Rada Bitana. And I'm about if Nazam Mishkilatum, you know. Diamond Abana, they have heinous and evil and wicked, you know, agendas towards my community. Lagaja Malela, they keep on implementing it, you know. So Hajat the Hajat Hassan Minum, then as Nuer, you know, and it's unfortunate that I have to mention Nuer. Like at the end of the day, it's Mafi leader Bilizubara without the support of their community. Mafi Zol Bukun leader. You know, Italo we get a mujrim, Ugatamu Jirama Galena Sanin, Itama Betariga Unaindak Army or Hajat Zera Mana, the community bita gash and joke by Jiranda. You know, the Hajat Nas Riak Macharunas, Munu General had Bitam Deagamulinas, you know, which isn't good. يعني لازم احنا دايرين administrative area. اي زول من المفروض يدو administrative area يا اما ناس يرجعوا ل 32 state والبلد يرتاح. لو في كركبه اي زول بيكون يستحمل كركبه بتاع منطقته، you know، يستحمل كركبه بتاع منطقته مع ناس وبرام. you know, and that way ما هيكون chaos زي ده, you know, أي chaos بحلو بوسط ناس, you know, بدل زول يكون مع chaos مع ناس تانيين عنده ميليشيا وده كده وناس يمشي يموتوا, you know, ما فوق له لزوم. Yes, so this is what I had to say.
Coming to Sabibian, the movement of justice will come. So all these social justice will be served and you will be given your right. Even according to the history.
Inshallah.
And I know so far, even Nuer Bakobo, Nuer al law Nuer Kulu, they know very well. They Akobo they are obvious. But they just say, you know, they conquered it, you know, that's it. And then they occupy it. So they know they learn there's nothing new about this.
Yeah, they have to go to South Sudan. South Sudan is for all of us. Billy, they have to go to South Sudan. We liberated the entire South Sudan, okay? Everybody's free to go anywhere. They can go to Equatoria, أي منطقة they're free to go. ناس مرلي قال ناس مرلي ناس نوير القاعدين في أقوى ده. You guys are free to go. You can go anywhere. You live anywhere. أراضي بتاع أقوى اللي قاعد تدقوا جوا صدوركم ده ما أراضي بتاع أبوهاتكم يا ناس. ده ما أراضي بتاع أبوهاتكم. ما عندكم راه هناك, you know. الطعم اللي أنت قاعد تشوفوه في داخل أقوى ده حتشوفوه هناك في داخل إكواتوريا, في داخل وين. It's all over South Sudan. You're free to go. You know, go live in South Sudan in general. ما تقعد تعملوا لنا مضايقات بأفكاركم. Monthly wars. You know, إحنا بدنا نستقروا في المنطقة ده. We want to live our life. بدنا نستقروا. We want to live in peace. You know, إنتوا ده لازم تعرفوا بيتكم وين. لو ما دايرين ترجعوا بنتيو, scatter all over South Sudan. South Sudan is for all of us. إنت لو ما بتقدر تعيش على حسب ولايتي ده, أمشي أطلع. You know, you're free to go anywhere. You know, حاجات زي ده بجيب لناس دخل. It's not good. You know, طبيعي بتاع الناس ده ما كويس. This is why أنا ذاته the idea of يكون في administrative areas هنا ده ما له لزوم. هم لازم يطلعوا ويمشي يفتشوا مكان ثاني يعيشوا فيه وكده. So,
thank you very much, Bian. And Dr. Philip, I think we should bring the program to an end. But let's agree when you will be available so we can host this topic and we can talk about it. You know, we are sick and tired of these issues with our Caribbean, with our Afanalde. The reason why we don't come together, why you see a lot of tribalism going on, people are amul korokorole kulu jiran, so they are just dead. Like I have the same trouble with my neighbors. You know, Philip is here, he has the trouble with the neighbor Betokaman, Al Murle come and do the children abduction, coral rustling, killing, and all this is happening again. Is Nuer Kaman is happening again. Is Nyuak Wanyuak Indek Michela Ma Nuer, Ma Ban Indek Michela Ma Dinka Inak, Piapanal, which you look Indek Michela Ma Dinka Inak. The same thing Nuer Dinka Bata with our ruin, Ma Nuer with our Bantu. So it's all over the place. That's why we have to propose, you know, let's come together. Let's be honest to one another. Let's address them frankly, candidly, with no fear. And let's seek the justice. I think we can break through. Why not wouldn't we be able to support each other? If I see Dr. Majanga got them in region with Apanal, I can support it. If candidate Dr. Dr. Rick Macha or Garwidwal, can solution we can support each other. But because you don't want to support this as a politician, you don't want to address, and you just think you want to be a president with Sudan while you have not put your house in order. This is a challenge, and that's why we are being used, as Dr. Philip put it earlier. We are not afraid to address our issues. I'm always concerned and I'm always willing to address these issues head on. But people shy away, Dr. Philip and Sister Vivian. People shy away. How many times I have engaged people on this? Until when I get tired, you know what? I resort to my own local cocoon.
Yeah, the reason.
So I advocate for Ruwe because people with Afana don't care about addressing their issues. Everybody want to be their own tribe. So be it.
The reason people shy away, the reason people shy away, Bill, is, You know, sometimes when you talk and you invest the time, you don't see any change. Some people feel like you are wasting your time because you know life is so very quick. You know, it's like a blink of an eye, as the Bible says.
Correct. Life is short.
And if you have something that you have invested in, you want to see it done. And if it's not getting done, you feel like you are wasting time. So you rather go and explore other avenues. Because how many times have people advocated, you know, that we have to bring a meaningful change to South Sudan. But the same people that are pushing for meaningful change are the ones becoming the victim. There are literally some people today that are social activists here in the diaspora who cannot go to South Sudan without a fear of being hunted down. But the only crime is to pushing for social change. If they pointed out the wrong or mistakes that are done by our own government, then you become the target by your own government. So a government that doesn't listen to correctives, to suggestions, sometimes doesn't really make sense for people to keep advocating. So you're going to be very much a victim of your own work. So it's a sacrifice.
Yeah, I think you froze. You froze, Flip, or something. So, Sister Vivian.
Yes.
The concern is, and the irony, you know, we are the one that do not want to address these issues. But I'm always willing. So this platform is available for you. I don't know when you will be available tomorrow. Philip feel like he want to come back tomorrow so we can continue on the issue of split SPLM-IO or issues with our administrative area. And I know you fall under the FIVOR administrative area. Your people is still under that. I think you are not part of Jonglei State as we speak. Unless no, I don't know. But you can find out, Vivian. I know you don't try to do your own research there. And
Akobo is part of Jungule State. Akobo is not part of people. Yes.
But I thought maybe the constituencies of Anuak fall under FIVOR administrative area. That's what I thought. So that mean Akobo is still fall under the FIVOR administrative area. You know, but because Nuer claim it as their land or their county, that's why it might fall under Jonglei. But Anuak as the constituencies fall under the FIVOR administrative area. Unless I'm wrong here.
Probably.
Because I'm confused whether Anuak are part of Jonglei now or they're part of administrative area which are FIVOR. I don't know. Because I thought you are sharing the same administrative area with the Murle and the Kachipo and the J. I think there are four tribes, I guess.
Yeah, I have no idea. That's not information that I have no idea with this.
And the irony or rhetoric from the other region, they always blame us that the Upper Nile, Yao Michila, le Kulu Junu Sudan Kulu. They say Upper Nile is the problem to South Sudan, and that is the fact, right? All the problems start the Upper Nile.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
Cotton rustling, ethnic killing.
Kidnapping.
Yeah, kidnapping. So that's why I keep saying we must have to address this issue. You know? And the other people from other regions, they blame us. They blame us that we, the Upper Nilian tribe or Upper Nilian region, you are the problem, Tajin Sudan. And that is true because our politicians are always the instigators of any trouble. Look, it all started in 91. 91 yawo jam mashakalat el kulu. La data de ma parta kulu. You know, but the irony of it, when we try to come together as a family so that we can address these issues, they will say no. They don't want to see us addressing our issues together so that we can have a unity. You see the irony? For the other region, they don't like us to do that. So this is very funny, Jamana. You know?
Yeah.
Let us be proud of ourselves. I'm for solution. But if there is no solution, I have no option, Sister Viviana and Dr. Philip. That's why I go to other region to get a friendship. I can go to Equatoria, maybe go to Vargadar region, you know, to look for whoever can support me. Because we're not getting along, right? If I try to say, okay, Vivian and Philip, let's come together, let's talk about our issues so we can put our house in order. And you refuse to comply with this kindly request. What do you expect me to do? Is to go and look for other friends in Equatoria or Bargadar, right? And the very same people who will also blame us and say, you know what, you the Panilian people, you are the problem. That is embarrassing to me, right? Do you think I will not feel good? So I will be treated like a stranger or someone that is, you know, you are an idiot.
It's a terrible
put your own house in order.
Yeah, you don't have a home. You
Yes.
know, you don't have
like
identity. It's a terrible feeling. Huh?
Yeah, go ahead.
My sauce ways, yeah.
Yep. So welcome back, Philip.
All right, I think we're gonna,
Sorry.
maybe conclude it.
I'm gonna have to go. I think I've overstayed. So I'm so sorry, Dr. Philip. أنا بس بقول لكم مع السلامة. أنا بشكركم شديد شاركتوني الليلة ولا ادوتوني opportunity نشارك معكم to pitching أفكاري. فأنا بشكركم شديد. إن شاء الله نقابل next time وconversation حقتنا يستمر بموضوع بتاع أقليم عشان أي زول داير حقوقه في الدنيا ده. ما في زول بكون مبسوط لما زول يمشي يشيل حاجاتك. You know, بيتك especially البيت ده حاجة مهم. من غير بيتك أنت تعيش في الدنيا دي كيف؟ بكون عندك شخصية كيف؟ You know, so ده حاجة لازم مهم ناس يكلموا عنه ويشوفوا له حل. You know, الموضوع ده لازم يشوفوا له حل. لو ناس ما دايرين يشاكلوا ده أحسن حاجة ناس يمشي يقعدوا تهدي ويونسوا الكلام ده. والبطنش موضوع ده دائما وأبدا هيلعب براسه. Evidently, he or she is gonna react. You know, بكلامات ده. So المهم أنا بشكركم شديد. Thank you guys so much and bless you all and have a good day.
But when are you available next time?
Okay.
Question. Vivian.
Thank you. See you, Billy.
Okay, see you.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Good night.
Bye bye.
Philip, bây giờ đom tao có thế bây giờ.
Có buổi giao chủ tịch chẳng có về rồi.
Cái đặc cái mò nghe vừa bút cái giá về lui tới miệt topic yang cái brainstorming bút giá lôi. Topic về chú cái to won. But then the topic can get very important. I tell you when in your introduction one been your dissertation been in Ben Baby take the niche research about color wrestling, machaklat, conflict resolution and all that. It can piat issue chakalui about the Karapanal as a region. Kapiat be that Daman Chinambel Lao, Charo Quadlo. We can set a timetable, Ben together, and then our sister can anong issue which call became address. A call opportunity. So yani niar na ba ben we get topic un book ben address ka book ben address in ke we let's take time our spare time un book ben a jam ni ka in a big conversation in a better than engage chat to begin at home so ka un book address
I live a longer time you know to find time for something important, valuable. We don't have time, but because we see it as something that we have to talk about and address. Because there might be one person that whatever we share tonight may touch, and that might maybe intrigue his thought process. And that's how society changes. Society changes through information. Information is the most important thing in the world. So the little thing we share today, whether with respect to Afghanistan, there are some Americans that were born in this country and had no idea of the political dynamics of their own government and how it operates. So sometimes it asks the foreigners who come here and became Americans, that can even be more catalyst for providing information, because the media in the United States is either left or right. And for people that listen to left, they will not know the right. For people that listen to the right, they will not know what the left says. The truth is always in the middle. You never find truth on the left hand or the right hand. It's in the middle. When you put your hand together, that's where the truth lies. So people that always brainstorm together can find the truth, can diagnose the problem. So the way our sister talked here, she has grievances.
She has
but,
a grievance to address.
But those grievances can only be addressed if they are brought to a public attention. The real issue here is the issue of COVID. It's a big issue. But then there are also historical records, going back to the British time and going back to prior to the British, that indicates who were the indigenous resident of that town. And that is the same of every village, of every town in South Sudan. But what had happened is both the government and both the national government and local government have considered their responsibility to define the boundaries, to define indigenous rights of land ownership. These are serious problems because ethnic identity, it's something that South Sudanese cannot run from. I'm a Dinka and I will remain a Dinka. There's no shying away from it. A Nuer is going to be a Nuer, a Nuer is going to be a Nuer. There's nothing wrong with ethnic identity.
Absolutely.
In fact, the problem is when you confuse your identity, that's when the problem becomes. So there are some people that are trying to convolute the concept of identity with the political polarization that is happening in South Sudan. No, they're two separate things. A Dinka should be proud as a Dinka. A Nuer should be proud as a Nuer. A Nuer should be proud as a Nuer. Bari and all the Kuku should be proud who they are. The problem becomes, what do we do with ethnic identity? Do we use it to enrich our diversity as a people in that country? Or do we use it to divide us as a people in that country? It's a choice. If we use it for diversity, then we are for development. If we use it to divide us, then we are destroying our country. And there will be no reason why we fought for this half a century. So these are the things that have to be discussed. And any person that tells you that you should not be talking about your Dinka identity, basically that's fooling you. We have to embrace it.
Those are considered as political rhetoric. People try to distract you so they can actually scare you away to suit interests. So, but it's only when there is a mutual understanding. But when there is a lack of mutual understanding, that's why people go in disarray, because there's no common ground where we can agree. If you don't want to listen to me, I will have no choice but to walk away. And that's where there is you know, a fragmentation in our society. But that's why we have to engage ourselves in a dialogue. That way we can be able to reach a mutual consensus on where we disagree. That's what is need to be done. So let's be sincere. Let's confront one another on issues, speak to each other, understanding will come there. That's where we can be able to restore trust and confidence in ourselves.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
let's meet next time, Dr. Philip.
We'll meet next time.
Be in touch and let me know what topic do you think we can concentrate on it, and then we can bring it live, you know, when I have the chance as well.
All right.
So
well,
it's important. A lot of people were actually about to come to this program, but because they are at work, they were not able to make it. So maybe we can
we might arrange maybe one of the weekends, and maybe
yes.
I either earlier, maybe around morning hours of weekend.
Yes.
Hopefully. Yeah. So we'll keep in touch, because you know that's the only way we can educate the public.
Yeah.
And I know you're going to work at 4:30, but I'm going to work at 7 myself, so the time is catching up. So
please. I'm feeling tired too. Ever seen a bear anyone alloy that and kick on long so I'm tired.
So to your viewers and Padang Media, I want to thank you guys for this opportunity to have this dialogue with you. And you guys are you are at the border. You are the people that are actually pushing. You are the levies in that region, and it's a tough region to be in. You know, for a student of history, you know, to live in that area, it's surrounded by the noise and the hostile neighbors. You know, it fits that people should actually thank here for making Rumwin administrative area. You know, because until the issues of borders are clearly defined, then there should be no reason that people in Rumwin consider their status as an administrative area, because it's a right until the issue of border between you and the Unity State and Upper Nile is clearly defined. There's no reason that you should not remain as an administrative area. So it was the best decision. It wasn't a political one. There are some people that believe here that it was a political decision, but it was a human decision that was done for the purpose that, you know, those people deserve a peace of the mind and a way to consolidate them, given the historical contributions that have come from that part of the country. So you guys hang in there. I'm glad that Kier made that. There are many things that me and Kier don't really agree with, and I'm not a big supporter of Kier on many issues. But when somebody done something right, you have to thank them for that. The jury is still out for the people, and still not convinced why it was made administrative area. So it's a topic for another day discussion. But you know, the United States fits to be administrative area. If we go back to 32 states, then we will again have statehood as it was. So that's my way of concluding the night. But we'll meet next time. If we find a way we will find a way to communicate what topic we'll discuss next and when to engage more audience. And I'll stop there. So thank you, Billy, for the time that you have invested. You know.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Philip. It was a pleasure and honor to host you, and I'm looking forward to have another opportunity with you in the future. And we will continue to examine so many other issues of concern, whatever come to your mind. I know you are an academician researcher. You can bring whatever you want to address with South Sudanese on this platform. I can ask you. Other people have the interest also to be beside you as well when you want to come and address those issues. So just feel free at your convenient time. Do not hesitate to contact.
Thank you. All right. Good night. Good night. Good night.
Yeah. Good night. Thank you. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think the program has finally come to an end. The summary of the topic tonight is very clear. We were actually addressing the unfolding event in Kabul, Afghanistan, or Afghanistan as a whole, the downfall or the collapse of the Afghanistan as a country of which United States and the NATO alliance have been protecting for almost 20 years. So the whole world is actually taken by surprise about this sudden downfall of the Afghanistan and how the Taliban caliphate are actually overrunning the country, and the hasty withdrawal and the panicking circumstances in which U.S. embassy is actually being evacuated, and how the civilians of the Afghanistan are actually panicking as well, following the plight of the national president Ashraf Ghani, and the disarray of the armed force, the strong forces that were trained by the NATO alliance or United States, about 3,000 well-trained professional soldiers, well-equipped by the NATO alliance or by the United States, given all the resources necessary, but they failed. Their country president fled in panic, leaving behind 300 strong forces. We don't know what happened exactly to that forces. That is why I urge you, my fellow South Sudanese, that you do not have to blame United States of America for what happened or what is unfolding as we speak in Afghanistan. That is a failure we can actually blame on the Afghanistan president or on the Afghanistan people or the Afghanistan armed force, because they have all the capability necessary to fight, defend, and protect their country against anyone that want to take over it. So if they feel like they are terrified or they are psychologically suffering from the trauma of the Taliban or regime, the brutalism or the cruelty or the barbarism they used to face under the Taliban regime is what is actually killing them psychologically. So I think the Taliban won by psychological warfare, because people know they still suffer from that nightmare about the Taliban regime. So if a single town fall to Taliban, it'll terrify everyone. That is why the president, the commander-in-chief, ran away prior to the professional handover of the power to the armed force. So this is very unfortunate. So I believe United States have done enough. The NATO alliance that used to contribute fighting on behalf of the Afghanistan people, they have done a wonderful job, and we should actually give them a selfless appreciation and gratitude for the wonderful job they have done. They have already accomplished the mission following the killing of the Osama bin Laden under the Obama administration. So the mission was already accomplished. And we as Sudanese American, or wherever you may be around the other countries who are actually a member to the NATO, you should also be concerned as well that this withdrawal from Afghanistan was justified, because it was another way to save the billion of dollars that used to be spent annually by these forces. So this billion of dollars, because you are a taxpayer, and taxpayers are the one urging the government and say, you know what, you are wasting our resources in that country. There is no purpose, there's no reason whatsoever to continue to fight in that country, when in fact we should use this money to develop our own country. And that is why United States Congress and the presidency of the United States took that decision to withdraw their forces, because they believe mission had been accomplished Therefore, it is time to bring the troop home so that we can use the surplus of that $billion being spent there to actually pay attention to the domestic development that required by the citizen of the United States. That is why that decision was taken by President Donald Trump and also executed later by President Joe Biden. So nobody's against the withdrawal of the forces. This is something that was done out of the public opinion of the American people. This is for your information, South Sudanese people who are very critical of the position taken by the United States. However, we are still sympathetic with the Afghanistan people because they feel abandoned and they feel betrayed, and now they are vulnerable to the Taliban. But I believe Taliban have actually learned a lesson. If they do not want to respect the human right, there is a chance the United States can come back at any given time. So they should be careful and they should keep their word. If they promise to protect the right of the woman and the right of the freedom of Afghanistan, then I think Afghanistan will be a great country. So Taliban have done, they have learned enough, and they should actually abide by their word when they took over the leadership. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, that was what we were talking about. So with the sign of humanity, we are in solidarity of the Afghanistan people. We wish them the best, and let us hope Afghanistan Taliban government will not harm these people. Afghanistan Taliban caliphate will not harm the woman and will not violate the woman's right. That is what we are concerned, and I hope we are looking forward to see what will actually happen after the complete withdrawal and evacuation of the American in Afghanistan. So the world is still watching. But the way we have seen Taliban coming in, they look friendly. Otherwise, they understand very clearly America was not playing with them. If they would continue to fight, there will be consequences. Afghanistan military forces is to be blamed for what happened. Otherwise, this withdrawal would have been done orderly. This evacuation would have been done smoothly. Unfortunately, it is being disrupted simply because it is the Afghanistan armed force, national security, that betray their own people, their own nation. It is something that shouldn't be blamed on the NATO alliance or on the United States in particular. This is what I can say as a Sudanese American. I'm a proud Sudanese American, and I understand the domestic and the foreign policy when it comes to the United States. So we are not just a citizen by merit. We understand the policy, whether domestically or internationally. So whatever decision made by our government, we are behind it. I vote for Joe Biden, and the decision he has taken is acceptable. But we feel embarrassed by the withdrawal. We feel embarrassed by the evacuation of the U.S. embassy, because you have seen it on the TV screen all around the world. That is exactly what is unfolding, and everybody is blaming what happened. But if you look at it critically, it is something that needs to be blamed on the Afghanistan women, because they have all the forces, they have all the equipment to have taken over the major infrastructure and the facilities of the government, and to provide security, not to allow the Taliban to overrun the country as it is. So that is a question that is yet to be answered. And that's why you don't see us talking too much about it. What is so embarrassing is the way people are actually panicking in Afghanistan. It's because we understand. From the human perspective, we understand. People are suffering from psychological trauma, psychological nightmare of the old Taliban regime. the barbarism, the brutality, and the cruelty, how they used to treat people there, it is still there. That's why you see people panicking. When in fact, Taliban is not even it's not a strong force. All these years they have been hiding in the cave, in the mountain. Eventually they came out after they have been hiding from the United States forces because they know they cannot withstand the mighty lethality of United States Armed Force. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we should end here. The other topic should be addressed next time because we didn't have the special guest who was supposed to focus on that topic was not here due to technical problem with the connection. So that's why we didn't have him with us on the studio tonight. So maybe he will be available tomorrow, or when he picks his device, we will be able to host him next time. So we will come and analyze further on the issue of the split into SPLM-IO, as well as the demand of the SPLM-IO in the power sharing over the administrative area. All I know is that administrative area were established through presidential decree, and they are not part of the peace protocol. They are not part of the so-called 10 state. So administrative area were established after the dissolution of the 32 states. So they do not fall under any revitalized peace agreement protocol. So the notion that Dr. Riek Machar claimed he want to have a power share in the administrative area is negative. And it's something that ought to be dismissed. And that is why the respective chief administrators of the administrative area went ahead and formed the government. So it is legitimate and it is justified. Thank you and have a good night. Yen and Chidagaret, Yen and Mujolanin, go Chakale Jokajakadai, Nelly Kuwait, Thank you.